Amish Widows Trust. Written and narrated by Samantha Price. Chapter 1. Thanks for coming so quickly. Rachel's body shook as she stepped aside for her best friend to get through the doorway of her house. I came as soon as I got the girls organised. I had to take them to my mother. Simon had already left for work. Sit down and tell me what happened. Rachel held on tightly to Claire's hands, and together they sat on the couch by the window. After a deep breath and trying to stop her hands from trembling, she said, "It's all my fault. I sent him out into the night. I couldn't sleep, and I had this most dreadful craving for caramel. Anything with caramel in it, ice cream, a chocolate bar, the kind with soft caramel inside the chocolate." Rachel drew another deep breath. "He said he'd go to the all-night store to get me something, and he was so sweet about it that I said, 'Okay.'" Rachel rubbed her forehead. "I thought he'd only be gone an hour at the most." "How did you learn what happened?" "I fell asleep, and when I woke and looked at the clock, 3 hours had passed. I called the police and asked if there'd been any buggy accidents. I knew immediately something was wrong from the hesitation when the officer heard my question. He took my name and address and said someone would be in touch. Within 15 minutes, there were 2 police cars at my house. They told me there had been a shooting. It was an armed hold-up, and I don't know how or why, but Stephen got in the way of a spray of bullets. 2 hit him, and they said he died instantly." She covered her face and sobbed. Claire pulled her into a hug and patted her back. Rachel pulled back a little and continued, "There were 3 female officers that came here. One of them offered to call people for me. I had her call you and the bishop. I passed the bishop on the road." "Yeah, he was just here with Joan and then they left. Joan's coming back later," she said. "They've gone to bring our horse and buggy back." I wasn't in the mood to talk to either of them, not when the bishop started right in talking about a funeral. It's too soon for me to think about all that. He's only just been gone a few hours. Anyway, I told them that I'm expecting. I thought they should know. Claire nodded. They would have found out soon enough. We were nearly ready to tell people anyway. You were the only person who knew. Have you called your sister? Rachel's sister had left the Amish years ago, and Rachel hadn't seen her for a good 2 years. No, I didn't. I think one of the officers called her. I gave them numbers, but I can't remember if they said they got through to her. Do you want me to call her again? Yeah, but not now. Just sit with me. Rachel held on to Claire's hand. It's the worst time with the baby coming. I know. Just try to relax as much as you can, for the baby's sake. This doesn't seem real. I feel like someone's playing a cruel joke on me. Claire, why would God take him away from me? I've always tried to do the right thing, and I thought God would bless me, would bless us, for our righteousness. The scripture popped into her head that there was none righteous. We always tried. Claire shook her head. No one knows the mind of God. You'll want to talk with the bishop later on about such questions. I think it's the devil at work, but I know God will already have a plan to care for you and your baby. I hope Lisa can stay with me for a few days. I'll find out. If not, you can stay with me. And Simon Clare was well aware of the panic attacks Rachel had suffered from back before she married Stephen. They had come when she was alone and had started after both of her parents had died suddenly in a traffic accident. Rachel only heard half of what Claire said as her mind drifted and her gaze fell to her cat stretched out on the rug. I only have Lisa now. Other than that, there are only second and third cousins I don't know too well. None of them live close by. I wouldn't know them if I walked past them in the street. Claire suddenly half stood and looked out the window. Who do you know who drives a large black car? No one. Oh, it's Lisa. Really? Rachel stood up and saw Lisa getting out of the back seat of the car. She had the same long, wavy auburn hair as Rachel, and her slender figure was accentuated by tight jeans and a bright red body-hugging t-shirt paired with matching red high heels. The sisters looked very much alike, and in their younger years had often been taken for twins. The driver got out and pulled 2 suitcases out of the trunk. "Is that her boyfriend?" Claire asked. Rachel recognised that the man was in some kind of uniform. That would be the driver, more likely. The driver put the bags on the porch, stopped, and then said a few words to Lisa before he got back into the car. Claire turned to face her. "I'll go now that Lisa's here. You two will want to catch up." Rachel reached out for her. "Oh, don't go. I'll come back later, sometime this afternoon. Spend some time alone with Lisa. You'll feel better." Rachel was surprised the police had gotten through to Lisa on the telephone number she'd given them. So many times there had been no answer when Rachel had called her. Lisa opened the door, ignored Claire, and raced to Rachel and hugged her. "You poor thing! Look at you!" Rachel looked over Lisa's shoulder at Claire, and Claire gave her a little wave before she slipped out the door. "Everything will be okay." Lisa stepped back from her and looked her up and down. "I'm having a baby." Rachel looked into Lisa's large amber-brown eyes to gauge her reaction. "Yeah, you're telling me. A bit late. I already heard it on the radio." Rachel's jaw dropped open. "When? What?" "As we were driving here, I heard it on the car radio that Stephen's last words were about you and the baby. He asked God to look after you both." Rachel was devastated. Even his last words had been taken away from her. She should have been the one to hear them. She rushed back to the couch and covered herself with a blanket. "I don't want to talk about it." Lisa wheeled her bags in through the door. "I heard what they say happened. I just don't know if it's all true." She sat down beside Rachel. "Did the police tell you when they called you?" "Some of it, and the rest I heard on the radio and read in the early morning online news stories." "What do you mean?" Lisa sighed. "It's everywhere, Rachel." "It only happened last night, so I can't see how they found out. And how did you get here so quickly?" "Washington's not that far with a fast car and a fast driver." "Was that Harry's car?" "One of them." Rachel was pleased that Lisa had come with luggage. That meant she was going to stay a few days. "And I guess it was Harry's driver." "That's right." "Oh, Lisa, I don't know what I'm going to do. And the baby will only have me. Stephen won't be around." Lisa smoothed down her hair and twirled it around her hand. "Some children are brought up just fine with one parent." "You'll be all right. So, have you identified the body yet or what?" Rachel opened her mouth in shock. "No." Lisa put her hand up and listened. "That's a buggy." "No, I think it's 2 buggies." They both got up and looked out the window. Lisa gasped. "Oh no, it's the bishop, and it looks like that dreadful Bruno Yoda is driving the other buggy." She stepped away from the window. "He's not dreadful, and it's rumoured he's a deacon now. He's often with the bishop. I've got to leave. I don't want to speak to them. I wouldn't know what to say to them. Quick, I have to hide." Lisa looked around anxiously and pulled open the coat closet by the door. When Stephen had replaced that wall, he'd insisted that they have a coat closet, but he hadn't designed it for hiding. "Lisa, you can't do that. Just say hello and go upstairs into one of the bedrooms." "No." Once she was fully inside, she kicked out at the cat who had come to say hello. "Go away, Blackie." "I can't believe that cat's still alive." "Yes, he—" Before she could say anything further, Lisa shut the door of the closet and the visitors were knocking on her front door. "Just a minute." Rachel wheeled Lisa's bags into the kitchen and placed tea towels on top of them. It didn't really hide them, but that was the best she could do at short notice. Then she hurried back and opened the front door. "Thank you for coming back," she said to the bishop. "Hello, Bruno." "We're dreadfully sorry," Bruno said, almost needing to duck his head as he walked through the doorway. He was the tallest man in their community and looked funny near the bishop, who was much shorter and a little on the chubby side. "It's going to take me a while to get my head together." Bishop Paul took over. "We've brought your horse and buggy back. We let the horse into the paddock and we'll tend to the buggy soon." "Thank you. I'll get out there to feed him soon, and there's already water in the paddock. The buggy just goes back into the barn." "We do need to talk about a few things, Rachel, if you don't mind." "I understand." He wanted to talk about the funeral. She looked down at the cat by her feet, busily pawing at the closet door. "Let's sit over here, shall we?" She took them over to the living room, and they all sat on the couches. She sat on the one by the window while the two men sat opposite. "I'm sorry, but we do have to make arrangements for Stephen." Rachel nodded and wished these things could wait. "I understand." The bishop went on. "I'll organise everything and take care of as much as I can to minimise the stress on you for the baby's sake. We can have the viewing at my place if you don't want it here." "I'm okay to have it here. I think Stephen would want it that way. He loved this place." She looked around. He'd done so much work on the old house. "Very well. Joan will organise the ladies for the preparation of the food, and if there's one thing Joan knows how to do, it's organise people." The bishop smiled kindly, and Rachel managed a wobbly smile in response. "Thank you. That's quite a weight off my mind. As for choosing the coffin, I don't want to do any of that. I can't." She stared at the bishop and was pleased when he nodded. "Bruno and I will take care of that. We'll organise the funeral for next Tuesday, and we'll have the viewing Tuesday morning before we go to the graveyard." "Yes, thank you." "How are you set for money?" "I can pay for the funeral. We have some savings. Stephen was careful with money." The bishop waved his hand. "That's taken care of. I had someone who said he'll pay for it anonymously." "Who?" Bruno leaned forward with a twinkle in his eye. "He said anonymously." The bishop continued. "There's one thing I have to tell you, Rachel." She couldn't handle any more surprises, and the way the bishop spoke, Rachel was pretty certain she wasn't going to like the next thing that came out of his mouth. "What is it?" "News of what happened to Stephen has gone all over the country. TV news stations, internet news, radio, newspapers, people everywhere have been touched by your story." "My story?" Her sister had told her that, but she usually took everything Lisa said with a grain of salt. Bruno explained. "Your husband, an innocent man, went to a convenience store and was killed in a robbery, leaving behind a young expectant wife. How would anyone know I'm expecting?" She remembered his last words, according to Lisa, and then she remembered her mother-in-law. Her hand flew to her lips. "I haven't even told Eunice." "And there's more," Bruno said, leaning toward her. He was so close she could smell the oil that he put on his wavy hair to keep it straight. "What is it?" She touched her throat. "It's nothing bad." The bishop took over again. "Donations have come rolling in from well-wishers. They're sending the money on to me, and I will pass it on to you. People I don't know are sending me money." "Yes." "That's quite unbelievable. They don't even know me." "God works in mysterious ways," Bruno said. "His wonders—" The bishop raised his hand and gave Bruno a sidelong glance. "The fellow at the news station told me that, in his opinion, if it's this much money now, it'll be considerably more as the day goes on. It's quite a lot already. It's a few thousand at the moment, and I don't think you'll have to worry about money for a while," Bruno said. "Well, I have to thank God for that, and all the wonderful people. It's quite astounding. And our own community will raise funds for you as well." Tears fell down Rachel's face. "Everybody's been so kind, even people I don't know, and never before. Why they would care. That it never—" Her head was too fuzzy to put words together. Bruno said, Your husband was an innocent man who was killed while minding his own business, and there's a little more to the—" She interrupted Bruno. "How did anybody learn I was expecting? Has everyone heard about my husband's last words? These things are hard to keep secret sometimes." The bishop cleared his throat, and Rachel wondered if Claire might have mentioned her pregnancy to the bishop, who mentioned it to the press without knowing she wanted it kept quiet. "I know that the officers who came here told you Stephen died instantly, but the chief investigator told me there was a little more to the story. He said that Stephen saved a man's life by intercepting the bullets. That man was with Stephen during his final moments, and he told the investigator that he heard Stephen ask God to take care of you and your unborn child. The survivor is very grateful, but also feels very sad for you." Rachel could hardly take in the bishop's words. He saved someone by getting himself killed? Bruno and the bishop nodded. Bruno leaned forward. "They're calling him a hero." "A hero?" She heard scratching and absently looked at Blackie still pawing away at the door of the coat closet. She turned back to her visitors. "I just don't know how I'll carry on, but I will. I know I will. It's just so unexpected. I mean, if he was sick or old, I would have been expecting it. But he wasn't. He was so strong, stronger than any man I know. I thought I'd die before him because I'm always catching one thing after another." "How's your sister?" the bishop asked. "She's here. She's arrived, and I'll be seeing her soon." The bishop stood up and she stood with him. Then Bruno slowly rose to his feet. "I do have money to pay for the funeral, Bishop Paul." "No, it's taken care of." "Yes, it is," Bruno assured her, "by someone who wishes to remain anonymous." "Thank you. Thank you so much." As the bishop walked to the door, he said, "Joan will be in touch to organise the ladies and the food. You need not do a thing." He stopped and looked down at the cat. Blackie stopped scratching and sat down and looked expectantly at the bishop. They opened the front door just as Joanne, the midwife, pulled up in her buggy. "It looks like you might have a busy day ahead of you. Can you have someone stay with you? Joan could." "Thank you, but Claire was here and she said she'd be back." After she said goodbye to the bishop and Bruno, she headed over to Joanne, who was securing her horse. "You heard what happened?" "I came as soon as I could." "How are you feeling?" "Fine, I guess, and the baby's good too." "He's still moving." She placed her hand over her baby. "Did you see a doctor?" "The police offered to call someone, but I said I was okay. I didn't want to be given a sleeping pill or any medication. You know what I'm like with the idea of taking things like that." "I'll check you over." She grabbed hold of her bag and lifted it out of the back of the buggy. "Okay, that would ease my mind." When they walked back through the front door, Blackie scampered away and Rachel didn't know if Lisa was still in the closet. "I'll do your blood pressure check first. I imagine it'll be sky high." As Joanne took her blood pressure, Rachel watched Joanne's face, not sure if she wanted to know the reading. "Is it bad?" "We're not done yet. Just be patient." "What is it?" Rachel said after waiting a couple more minutes. A tiny smile hinted around Joanne's lips. "It's fine." "Fine? It's up." "Only a little, but yours is normally a little on the low side. Nothing at all to worry about. Now let me listen to the baby's heart rate, and to yours." Joanne checked her over and determined she and her baby were fine. "Just come to my place for your regular appointment in 2 weeks, okay?" "I will." "I'll go then. If anything changes or if you're worried about anything, call me." Rachel placed her hands over her tummy. "I will. I'm glad to know that the baby's okay." "He's fine." "It's important that you rest as much as possible, though. You've had a nasty shock." "Yes, I will." On her way to the front door, Joanne turned around. "Do you want me to stay with you?" "I could." "No, thank you. My sister will stay with me." "I suppose you haven't slept." "I had a few hours last night before I learned what had happened." If you don't sleep tonight, I strongly suggest that you get a little something to help. I know a doctor who does home visits and I could call him for you. Call my beeper if you need anything." Rachel nodded and then walked outside with Joanne. She then leaned against one of the posts on the porch as she watched the midwife drive away. The policewomen had said Stephen's death was instant, but how quick was it if he could talk to God? What were his thoughts concerning her and the baby while he died? The bishop's report made more sense. She didn't want him to have been worried. If only she could see him just one more time to tell him they'd be okay. Rachel headed back inside and called out to Lisa. Lisa burst out of the closet with her shoes in her hands. "Thank goodness they've all gone. What were you doing in there?" "Listening, of course, and I'm surprised she didn't order you a Valium or something or insist you see a doctor. I could have given you one of mine, but I didn't think to bring them." She trembled. "I should have brought them. Heaven knows I'll probably need them if I'm staying here. I'm so pleased you're staying, Lisa. I just need family around me." Lisa closed the door of the coat closet. "My mind just kept racing and racing in there. The bishop knew you were pregnant. He must have known before me, your own sister." "I had only told Claire. I don't know how everyone else learned. It must have been the reporters. This is what I've been thinking." The police who were first on the scene called the bishop and told him an Amish man had been shot, and they must have told him of Stephen's last words. And then, just as he was identifying the body, you called the police station. The police got here to tell you before the bishop arrived. Rachel shook her head. "Just stop." "What?" Her fingertips flew to her throat. "I don't want to think of my husband as a body." "Sorry. It's good about the donations, isn't it?" "You heard?" "Yeah. You've caught everyone's attention from the sound of it, and so has Stephen, and he's a hero now. You need a good PR manager." "PR? Public relations. That's what I did before I met Harry." "I thought you were a part-time waitress." "Don't put me down. I was a full-time waitress and I did public relations work for a little bit. Why didn't you tell the bishop I was staying with you?" Rachel walked further into the house. "I couldn't." "Well, I thought he'd say I couldn't have you here." "Nonsense. Where else would I stay?" Lisa placed her hands firmly on her hips. "I don't know." "He'll be fine about it. Someone has to stay with you, at least until the funeral." "Thanks, Lisa. I'm so glad you're here." "No problem. Now, how do I get into town from here? I can't work out where we are exactly, apart from the middle of nowhere. Rachel didn't want to be left alone, not now." "You're going into town now?" "I have to. I need to recharge my cell phone. It's nearly dead and I need to check my emails. Unless, don't I wish, you have electricity and Wi-Fi?" "Don't be silly," Rachel frowned at her sister. "Can't you do that tomorrow?" "No, it needs to be done now. Lisa, I'm not good by myself. You know what I'm like with my panic attacks." "Nonsense. Stephen wasn't with you all day every day, was he?" "No, but I knew where he was and I knew he was coming back." "I'll be back, and you can come too if you want." "No, I need to stay here for visitors." "You can take the buggy. You go left out of the driveway and in 2 miles you come to a crossroads and then you go right. Follow that road." Lisa's lip curled. "No, definitely not." "I won't take a buggy." "You could walk." "No way. It's too far, isn't it?" Rachel nodded at Lisa's shoes that were now discarded on the floor. "Especially if you're walking in them." "I'll just get a taxi." She sat on the floor and proceeded to put her shoes on. "You do have a phone in the barn?" "Yes. How long will you be gone?" "Not that long. There'd be nothing to keep me in town for long anyway, unless there's a large mall being built since last time I was here." "Are you certain you can't stay here with me just for today?" "No, I told you I need to check my messages. I'll probably just sit in a coffee shop, check my emails and charge my phone. When that's done, I'll be back. Don't worry, I'm sure you'll get lots of visitors just like the bishop said. You're probably right. When Lisa had left for town, Rachel forced herself to eat a sandwich, and she was washing up her plate when Joan returned. She stayed for 2 hours talking about the funeral and the food and who was going to do what. All the time Rachel was wishing she'd just go. Even though she didn't want to be alone, she certainly wasn't comfortable discussing her husband's funeral. It still didn't seem real that he had gone. When Joan finally left, Rachel wandered back into the kitchen and remembered she hadn't fed the chickens, so she headed outside to take care of them. Once that was done, she was washing up in the mudroom, when suddenly she heard a deep voice calling to her. "Rachel." She froze and then turned off the water. It was Stephen's voice. Her heart pounded hard in her chest. Had the police made a mistake? Chapter 2. Rachel. There it was again, and this time a loud knock sounded on the front door. It wasn't her husband's voice, but now she knew to whom the voice belonged. She hurried to the door, opened it, and looked up into the deep blue eyes of Nathan, Stephen's older brother by 2 years. His eyes were swollen and red-rimmed. She collapsed into his arms and cried. He wrapped his arms around her and held her tight, comforting her. For an instant she felt relief. He was so much like her husband. She stepped back. "I'm sorry," she smoothed down her dress. "When I first heard your voice, I thought it was Stephen." "I'm so sorry. I never thought about how alike our voices are. Were alike, I mean. This is so awful. I should have just knocked." "No, it's not your fault. Come inside, I'll fix us some hot tea." When they walked into the kitchen, his gaze dropped to Lisa's suitcases, thinly disguised by the tea towels. "You have visitors?" "Lisa's come to stay with me for a few days." He sat down at the table. "I haven't seen her for years." "And I haven't seen you for years." His eyes crinkled at the corners. "Time gets away." "It does, sadly." Looking at him now, she was mindful that he didn't know about the baby, but she couldn't tell him until she had told Eunice, her mother-in-law. Eunice deserved to know first, or at least at the same time. Maybe everyone knew now since it had been on the news. "Is Eunice okay? I haven't spoken with her." He shook his head. "She's not doing too well." "I should visit her soon." The kettle had boiled a short time ago and it was nearly full. She placed it back on the stove and turned on the gas. "No, I'll bring her here tomorrow." "Thank you, that will be good." She sat down with him. He rubbed his neck. "I had to fight my way through a bunch of reporters." "Where?" "They're down by your gate." "Really?" "Yes, come here." He stepped over to the window and she stood on her tiptoes to peek between the branches of the trees, and she saw them. There were 2 cars and around 5 men, and a couple of them had cameras. "They all want to talk to you." She stepped back and took cups and saucers out of the cupboard. I can't talk to anybody. I told them they couldn't come onto the property. I hope that's all right." "Yes, thank you. I don't want them here." "Did the bishop identify the body?" "He must have. No one said anything to me about doing that. I don't want to think about it." She scooped the tea leaves from a jar and dumped them into the pot. "I'm sorry to bring it up. I just didn't want you to have to do it." When they finished their tea, they talked for some time and then Nathan got up and looked out the window again. "Lisa's down there talking to the reporters, and I believe that it's Bruno's buggy driving away. Did she go somewhere with Bruno?" "I don't think so. Number. She left here in a taxi. He must have given her a ride home." Rachel looked out the window. "I hope she's not saying too much." "Do you want me to go down there?" Rachel shook her head. "No." "I heard a rumour that you're expecting." She swung around to face him. "I didn't know if you knew." "No one knew. I had only told Claire. We were just about to tell everyone. We would have told Eunice first." "Does she know?" He nodded. It's all around the community. She put her hand to her forehead. Oh, I feel so bad for her finding out like this. She's pleased. She's thrilled she's about to have a grandchild and to know that a part of Stephen will live on. She said that? Yes, so don't worry. I'll tell her that you had meant to tell her first. She'll understand.
Thank you. She couldn't face going out or seeing anyone today, but she said she'll come to see you tomorrow. She had me fix a note to the fence that would discourage visitors from knocking on her door. Rachel nodded and wished she had that luxury. She was in no fit state to talk about funerals or bodies. I'll look forward to seeing her. And Mum said Stephen had been talking of repairs he was about to do on this house. He looked around the room. I'll finish them before I leave. No, I insist. I won't be leaving until they're all done and your home is ready for the winter. Thank you, but I don't want to put you out. Stephen would want me to do it for you, and I insist. She nodded. She couldn't argue with that. When Nathan had gone and Lisa was back and having a nap, Rachel wandered around her home looking at the unfinished projects that her late husband had mentioned to his mother. There was the leak in the roof above the laundry room that was first on his list. Then he had the window in the utility room that wouldn't shut properly. She knew there were more that would come to mind as her thoughts cleared. Rachel walked upstairs and opened the wardrobe. His clothes were all just hanging there, ready to wear as though nothing had changed, and she thought for an instant that somehow they should know he was never going to need them again. She pulled a large suitcase from off the top of the freestanding wardrobe and placed it heavily onto the bed. Rachel pulled all of his clothes out and began stuffing them inside. When that was filled, she got 3 cardboard fruit boxes from the utility room and filled all of them with Stephen's remaining clothes and belongings. Then she spotted his well-used Bible on his nightstand. She picked it up and sat on the bed with it in her lap. Stephen had been touching it, reading it, before he had offered to go and get her that caramel treat. She pulled it to herself, smelled it, and then held it against her beating heart, closing her eyes tightly and recalling the last moments they'd shared. I'm not ready for this, Stephen. How will I raise our child alone? I know if you had a choice, you'd be here with us. I'm sorry you didn't get that choice. I'll do my best with our child. I have to be strong for him. Stephen had always referred to the baby as he. They didn't know what sex the baby was going to be. If they had a boy, she would name him Stephen. She'd keep his Bible, but she couldn't bear to look at anything else of his. Her baby would never know his father, but she'd make sure she told her child everything about him. She'd explain his sense of humour, and the way his eyes were green in some lights but blue in daylight, the slight dimple when he smiled, in his left cheek only, and the dimple in his chin, the way his hair stood up high at the front and then waved to the left. Rachel took pen and paper from her nightstand and wrote down everything she could think of to make sure she forgot nothing. Then there were stories of his generosity and good-natured ways to the members of their community. He was always available if anyone needed anything done. She was 10 minutes into the writing when she knew she'd fill a book. That's what she'd do. She'd write a little every night, and by the time the baby could understand and read, he could learn about his father. She left off the writing for now, and then picked up Stephen's Bible and tucked it under her pillow. The next thing she did was drag the full suitcase downstairs, and then each of the boxes. One at a time, she moved them out into the barn for someone to take to Goodwill. When she was halfway back to the house after the final trip, she noticed that the reporters had gone and Claire's buggy was heading to the house. Rachel dusted off her hands and waited for her. I've cooked you a few meals, Claire said as she stepped down from the buggy. You did? That's wonderful. I can't face doing anything at the moment. I can't keep my thoughts organised. Can you stay a while? I can stay until 7 and then I'll have to get back to help Simon with the children. They're all eating dinner at my parents' house. Lisa's here. I know, I saw her earlier. Yes, sorry, I forgot. You go inside so you can have a rest and put your feet up, and I'll bring the food into the kitchen. I'll help. No, now scoot. Lisa only came down from her room when Claire had gone home. Rachel was sitting on the couch that she'd pulled over to the window where she'd have warning of visitors arriving. "What's there to eat?" Lisa placed her hands on her hips. "Claire made us some chicken and potato stew." "Yum! I've missed all the good food around here." Rachel smiled at the first positive thing she'd heard Lisa say since she'd arrived. "Shall I heat it for us?" Rachel nodded. "Please." At mid-morning the next day, Nathan brought Eunice to visit. Rachel watched them as reporters stopped them at the gate. Nathan said a few words and carried on up the driveway. Rachel waited just inside the door, away from the prying eyes of the press. What she wanted to do was run out and meet Eunice. When Eunice stepped into the house, the two women hugged and held on to one another. No words needed to be exchanged. The two of them were the most affected by Stephen's sudden death. Rachel led Eunice and Nathan into the living room and gave them coffee and some of the cookies that Claire had brought over yesterday. Nathan looked over at Blackie, who was stretched out asleep on a rug by the fireplace. "I just can't believe Blackie's still alive." Rachel looked at the cat in his favourite spot by the fire. It didn't matter to him that there was no warm fire. He'd made that his daytime spot, and that was that. "Of course he is. He's not that old. He's probably about 12, and cats can live to 18, and sometimes even 20. "That's right," Eunice said. "I had one that lived to nearly 20. You remember Whiskers?" Nathan nodded. "You see," Rachel said to Nathan. "How did you like the funeral plans, Eunice?" Rachel had never called Eunice Mum because she'd been close to the family as she was growing up, and she had always called her Auntie Eunice then. Now it was just Eunice, ever since Rachel was an adult. It had seemed odd to change to calling her Mum after the wedding. Her mother-in-law had agreed and told Rachel to keep calling her by Eunice. "They're fine, and now we'll have to adjust to life without him. That's why I'm trying to talk Nathan into staying." "Might you?" Rachel asked him. "I might," he said with a gleam in his eye. "Don't you tease us, Nathan Kiem." "I would never do that. The thing is, I have some things I would have to take care of first if I were to move back." Rachel rubbed her stiff neck. She had been sitting far too long on the couch with her neck at an odd angle. "I hope you can do those things fairly quickly," Eunice said. He said, "If I can, I will. I've got quite a few things to consider before I make such a big commitment." Rachel wondered if he was talking about a girlfriend. Maybe he was dating someone and would run out on her the same way he'd done to her years ago. Or maybe he would marry her and bring her to live here. Eunice bit into a cookie. "Nathan said that Lisa's here." "Yes, she's staying here until after the funeral. I'd love to see her." "Where is she?" Rachel pulled a face. "Gone into town to use her laptop." Nathan said, "She was just in town yesterday." "I know, but she needed to check emails. She should be home soon." Rachel looked out the window and saw Bruno's buggy slowing to turn into her long driveway. That might be her now. Nathan moved to stand next to her. Again, she comes home with Bruno. Do you think there could be something going on there? No, definitely not. All she talks about is Harry, her boyfriend she's had for years. That's a shame, Eunice said. She needs to marry at her age, and Bruno would be good for her, I think. And she should be coming back to the community. It's been a long rungspringer for her. You know Bruno fairly well, don't you? Rachel asked Nathan. As well as anybody does, I suppose, although I've been away for years. Why does he keep to himself so much? Rachel asked. Nathan shrugged. Beats me. I mean, is he all right? Is he simple or anything? I guess he couldn't be if he was selected as a deacon, but I thought he had to be married to be a deacon. He's not simple at all, Eunice said, and he can be a deacon if he's considered a stable man. Many of the oversight in the Bible days weren't married. He's a very clever man. That might be why he's so quiet, Nathan said. Rachel frowned at Nathan, trying to work out what he meant. You mean he needs someone equally clever to talk with? Nathan nodded. Maybe. Is the baby okay, Rachel? Yes, about that. We were going to tell you first. I only told my closest friend and now everyone knows. I didn't want you to find out from someone else, Eunice. Eunice chuckled. I'm so happy I don't mind how I found out. Relax, trust in God and everything will be fine. I'm trying. I'm trying all the time. I think I'm just expecting the worst things to happen now, because the worst has just happened to me. You can't think like that, Rachel, Nathan said. I know. I don't mean to. Lisa burst into the house full of life and energy. She greeted Eunice and Nathan and instantly changed everyone's sombre mood. The next days passed by in a blur for Rachel. The funeral's tomorrow. Do you have to go into town again today? Rachel asked Lisa. She'd gone into town every single day, and when she was home, she was mostly in her bedroom. Still, it was nice to have another person in the house. Yes, I have to check my emails. I didn't tell you before, but Harry and I had a little tiff before I left. He hasn't contacted me or taken my calls since. Oh, Lisa, I'm so sorry. Lisa shrugged. I'm used to it. I didn't want to tell you my problems when you've got so many of your own. We have disagreements every now and again. Harry sulks for a few days, retreats into his shell, and then he's fine after that. He didn't want me to come here, and I told him I was coming and didn't care what he thought about it. He's so controlling. Anyway, while I'm in town, I'll pick up the papers and see if they're still talking about the shooting. Don't talk to the reporters. I don't even want to think about it. You should, because so many people are sending money to the newspapers and the radio and TV stations for you. You'll have to thank them. Yes, I will. I'm grateful, but I can't think about anything right now. I won't be gone long. Rachel watched as Lisa slid into the back seat of the taxi. She didn't want to talk with anyone, but today she expected she'd have a few well-wishers and other folks stop by. Only her closest friends and the church oversight men and their wives had visited in the first couple of days, but now, as the funeral drew close, there would be out-of-town visitors. She walked to one of the windows in her living room and watched the men down at her gate. They were reporters, and one of them had a camera. She was pleased when she saw Nathan approach, driving Eunice's buggy. Nathan said something to the men, and they got back into their cars. By the time Nathan's buggy reached the house, the cars were gone. Rachel walked out to meet him. What did you say to them? They asked me when the funeral was, and I told them it was tomorrow. They want a story from you, or some kind of statement. I'm not ready to give them one, but I will soon. I have to. Strangers have donated money and gifts to the news stations. They've forwarded them to the bishop on my behalf. Yes, I heard that. She shook her head. I don't want my photo taken. And that's what I told them. I said they couldn't take your photo or be near you tomorrow. Thank you. After tomorrow, I'll write a statement thanking everyone for their thoughts and prayers and their kind donations. I can't do anything until then. She shook her head. I just can't. That's fine. No one expects you to do any more than what you can handle. You're doing a great job. Am I? Yes, you're being so strong. There's no other option but to carry on. Rachel took a deep breath. The other thing is, I've put together some of Stephen's clothes and belongings. I put them in the barn. He nodded. That's what's in those boxes? Yes, and the suitcase. I'll take care of it while I'm feeding the chickens and cleaning out the horse's stall. Thank you, but I can do all those things now. I'll keep doing them for as long as I'm here. It makes me feel useful and gives me something to do. I'm not one for sitting around. Chapter 3. Rachel got out of bed at the crack of dawn. Today was going to be a big day. She'd had a little sleep, and she knew she would have to get herself into a new routine with a better sleep schedule once the funeral was over. After she'd pulled on her dressing gown, she headed downstairs to make herself some breakfast. She'd been informed that there would be no viewing of the body because of the way Stephen had been killed. Still, everyone would come to the house and pay their respects according to Amish tradition, and then the coffin would be transferred to the graveyard. Yes, it was going to be a big day. Rachel was finishing the last of her breakfast when Lisa walked into the kitchen, fully dressed with her face made up. "You're not wearing that." Lisa looked down at herself. "What's wrong with it?" It was a short and sleeveless black dress. It had a high neckline, but the way it hugged her body left nothing to the imagination. "It's too skimpy. Don't you have anything a little more conservative?" "You mean boring?" "Yes." "I do. I brought something with me, but I was hoping I wouldn't have to wear it." "It sounds perfect. Wear it, please." Rachel was glad that her sister didn't argue. Instead, she heaved a dramatic sigh before she went back upstairs. Several minutes later, she came back down in a knee-length black skirt, black blouse, and low-heeled black shoes. Her hair was swept back into a bun at the nape of her neck. "Better?" Lisa asked, doing a twirl in the centre of the room. "Yes, thank you, much better. The women organising the food will be here soon." "So, do you mind if I turn my cell phone on?" "Do it outside, will you?" "Okay. I'm sure there'll be messages from Harry. He misses me so much when I'm gone." "Why couldn't he come with you?" "I told you, he's not talking to me." Rachel couldn't work out the dynamics of the relationship. "I thought by what you just said that you two were back on speaking terms." "Not yet." "Why would he miss you if you had a fight before you left?" Rachel shook her head and sighed. "Don't be like that. You deserve someone who doesn't do these sulky acts of not speaking." "It's because I came here to you that he's upset." Rachel pointed to herself. "I'm the problem?" "He didn't want me to come here. He said to just go for the funeral. He didn't want me to be away from him for days." "Oh, I didn't realise." "I'm sorry." Lisa walked over and hugged her. "You're my baby sister. Of course I'd be here." She poked Rachel's stomach. "You are getting big." "I know, but don't talk about it today with anyone." "No one knows. I mean, they do now, but I haven't told anyone, and I don't want that to be the focus of the day." It's a little Victorian era how the Amish are so close-lipped about pregnancy, if you ask me. "Why not talk about it? It's a natural thing." "I don't know why it's the way it is. I guess it makes some people uncomfortable, maybe the single men in particular. And anyway, why talk about it if it's going to happen anyway?" Lisa sat down at the kitchen table with her and placed her cell phone down. "So that people can rejoice with you and be happy. We were going to tell our family around the 4th month." "And that includes me?" "Of course." Lisa's nose crinkled. "You were only going to tell me along with everybody else? I thought you would have told me before anybody else." "Please, my head is swimming. The ladies will be here soon. I've got to get ready. I haven't even brushed my hair." Lisa took a good look at her. "You look dreadful." "Thank you, but I think I'm entitled to look a mess, aren't I?" "Get a grip. Turn that frown upside down and put on your party frock." She picked up her phone. "I'm the one who should be upset because Harry's not answering my calls." Rachel shook her head. Only her sister would say something like that. "Stephen died." "I know. Go get dressed. Do you want me to help you? I could do your hair." "No, I can do it." Rachel knew it would be much faster if she did it herself. As Rachel walked away, she heard Lisa say, "They got the man who shot Stephen. He was out of his mind on drugs." "I don't want to hear it." "But don't you want—" Rachel turned around to face Lisa. "God called Stephen home."
I can't listen to anything you've got to say about how he went, and I don't want to hear about that man, okay? She didn't want to hold anger in her heart or be upset with anyone. Her heart was aching from missing Stephen, and she'd burst if she added anger with it. Are you all right, Rachel? Yes, I've just got to get through the day. To do that, I have to put everything out of my mind. When Rachel got back upstairs, she took a few minutes to lay down on her bed, thinking back to the dreadful moment when she'd found out what had happened to Stephen. It was a week to the day since the police had knocked on her door informing her Stephen had been killed in an armed hold-up at the local convenience store. Pangs of guilt had plagued her ever since because it was her cravings that had prompted him to be there for her late-night snack. She was the cause of his death as much as the man who'd pulled the trigger. If she hadn't agreed for him to go, there would be no funeral today and her baby would still have a father. How could she hold anger at the gunman without having the same anger at herself? Nothing she could do would change things now. To stop the hauntings of her thoughts, she got up, dressed, and did up her hair as quickly as she could, and then she hurried down the stairs. She slowed as she reached the bottom. Lisa was waiting for her with her hands on her hips. I don't know how I'm going to get through the day either. That's why I left here at 18 and never wanted to come back. Rachel opened her mouth in shock. It won't be easy for me to see all these people again. I wish Harry had come with me. The last time Rachel had seen Lisa was 2 years ago, when she'd had come for a quick visit because Harry had business in the area. It was only a quick cup of coffee together in town. Before that, she'd last seen Lisa at her wedding to Stephen, another 3 years earlier. Anyway, Eunice and Nathan have just arrived. Already? Yeah, they're the first. Rachel stifled her anxiety because the ladies organising the food still hadn't arrived. She opened the door and waited for her brother-in-law and mother-in-law to come in. She gave Eunice a hug, and then Eunice moved past her to say hello to Lisa. You'll be all right, will you? Nathan asked with a smile of encouragement as he moved through the doorway. I'm putting one foot in front of the other to get through this. After giving Eunice a hug, Lisa gave Nathan a quick nod and disappeared outside with her mobile phone in her hand. She was going to call Harry, that much was obvious. Rachel had never met Harry, but she had certainly learned a lot about him and had seen photos of him. She wasn't impressed that he hadn't taken time out of his life to come to the funeral, since she was Lisa's only sibling. Rachel suspected that he didn't care about Lisa as much as Lisa thought. Blackie smoothed up and down Rachel's leg. I'll need to put Blackie somewhere out of the way. Want some help? Nathan offered. I'll do it. Rachel scooped up Blackie and shut him in her bedroom with a litter tray, food and water. She relaxed a little bit when she heard Nathan open the door to welcome the first of the ladies who were helping with the food. Chapter 4. Soon the house was full and a crowd was growing outside her house. The press had boldly driven right up to the house, and 2 of the elders had asked them to leave. The bishop had then ordered 2 men to stay by the gate to stop any more press from entering. The last thing Rachel wanted today was having to fend off the press, both the reporters and the photographers. Today was her day to say goodbye to her husband, the father of her child. It was the very worst time for Stephen to go, Rachel thought once again. She subtly rubbed her stomach. No one but Claire had known about her pregnancy, but she guessed they all knew by now. A few people were grouped together whispering amongst themselves and giving her sidelong glances. There was no nastiness there. People didn't know what to say to her, that was all. It wasn't often the community experienced such a tragic loss from a violent incident. Rachel knew they were all sympathetic toward her and were probably whispering that, as well as her husband being suddenly taken from her, here she was, pregnant and facing motherhood alone, without a man to look after her and the baby.
She glanced over at the crowd and smiled as best she could when people approached her. That's what she had to do today. Fix a smile on her face and be gracious to all the people gathered together in her home, many who'd come from the different communities to be at the funeral. Today, she had to get through her husband's funeral by pushing away the waves of sorrow and guilt that washed over her every few minutes. "Rachel," she heard the bishop's voice. "Yes?" "There is a man at the door who wants to pay his respects." "What man?" "The man Stephen saved." Rachel fought back tears. This man was still alive because her husband was gone. "Will you talk with him? He's on the porch." "Yes. Will you ask him inside? I don't want the press to take photos." Rachel stood and walked with the bishop to the front door. In stepped a man of around 30, wearing a dark suit that was a little too large for him. His cheeks were ruddy and stood out against his pale complexion, and his light hair was cropped short. Rachel managed a smile, and the man reached out and gently took hold of her hand. "I just want to say what a brave man your husband was." "He saved my life." She nodded, pleased for him amidst her devastating grief. He went on, "My wife is expecting our third child." "Oh." "I know you're expecting too, and I feel awful. I know what it is to lose someone close. My wife and I lost our first 2 children before they were 6 months old." "Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that." "I don't know what my wife would have done if she'd lost me." His gaze dropped. "I'm pleased for both of you that she doesn't have to face losing you." "I wanted to pay my respects today to your husband. I didn't know him, but I knew him. He touched my life like no one else has. He gave me the gift of life, for my wife and our child, and the gift of renewed faith. I'd almost given up on God after our second baby died. You're very welcome to stay. I was with him when he passed." She bit her lip. Hearing his exact last words would mean so much. "Can you tell me what he said?" He whispered, "God, look after me wife and baby." Then he closed his eyes. That was what he said with his last breath. "He is and always will be my hero." Tears came to her eyes and she blinked hard to stop them from falling. The man had said it just the way that Stephen would have. She felt a hand on her shoulder. She looked around to see that it was Nathan. "You should sit down." She nodded, then turned back to the man. "What's your name?" "Kevin Seidling." "Thank you for coming here today, Kevin. I needed to hear those words from your lips, but now I must sit down." Nathan led her to a chair, and then an aunt of Stephen's sat next to her and began talking. It was a cruel thing to have to endure losing her husband at such a young age. She tried to focus on what the woman next to her was saying, but the elderly lady hadn't stopped to draw a breath, and that caused Rachel to feel faint. When the lady finally paused, Rachel took her opportunity. "If you'll excuse me, I have to talk to someone." She knew it was rude to cut the woman off like that, but now she had to look after herself because of the baby. She sat down again on a chair on the other side of the room and was pleased when Lisa sat down on the empty chair beside her. "Are you okay?" Lisa asked. "I'm fine. I'm just a bit dizzy from too much talking. Listening, I should say. And who wouldn't be? You've been through a lot these past days." "I know." "I hope you don't mind that I asked you to change your clothes before." Lisa looked around at the crowd of people in the house. "No, I'm glad you did. I forgot how stodgy everybody was. They'd be staring at me more if I'd worn what I was going to wear." Lisa gave a little giggle. Rachel didn't say anything, but even though Lisa had changed out of her original clothing, she was still way too overdressed for the plain Amish funeral. Rachel sighed. "Look at Eunice over there. She's just so sad, but I don't think I can bear to talk to her." "You talked to her today already." "I know, but I should say something again." With a gentle hand on her arm, Lisa said, "Rest a while and say something to her later." Okay. Did I tell you that Harry and I are going back to Venice next month? Leave it to her sister to talk about herself again. Still, it kept Rachel's mind off her own problems. No, you didn't. I love Venice. It's my favourite place in the whole world. Lisa suddenly dug Rachel in the ribs. What is it? How does it feel seeing him again? Lisa nodded her head in Neil's direction. Rachel was embarrassed. It was the wrong time and place to be talking about the relationship she'd once had with Neil. She'd gone out with him briefly before Nathan. It was odd that Neil had never married. That's been finished with a long time ago, before Nathan, and way before Stephen and I got together. Really? Rachel leaned in and whispered, "You know it, and don't be like that. And stop talking about him in that way. He's a friend and nothing more. He looks even better now that he's older." Rachel watched as people walked over to greet Neil. "I think he's got a girlfriend now in a different community. I think she might be Mennonite. I think that's what someone said anyway. There were rumours a while back. And she didn't come with him. I can't see her anywhere. You stay here and I'll find out what I can." Eunice made eye contact with Rachel, and now that Lisa had gone to talk to Neil, she made her way over to the chair beside Rachel. "How are you holding up, Rachel?" "Fine, I guess, under the circumstances. And you?" "As good as I can be," Rachel nodded. "It still doesn't seem real. I feel as though I'm in a dream, a horrible nightmare. All of this." She looked around the room. "All of this doesn't seem real, and I feel as though I'm not here." Eunice reached out and grabbed her hand. "That's exactly how I feel. It's horrible for both of us. You've lost a husband and I've lost a son." Rachel could barely cope with her own pain and wasn't in any shape to deal with anybody else's. It was selfish, she knew, but she wished she didn't have to have anybody in her house. She wanted to be alone with Stephen until she could get her head around the idea that her child would be born without a father. Sure, she could tell her child stories about him, but it would never be the same as him knowing Stephen. "We have to be unwavering in our faith," Rachel sniffed. "I know." Questioning the why won't do any good, but it's difficult not to try to make some kind of sense out of what happened. It seemed nothing came to her without a struggle. She placed her hand over her baby. She and Stephen had been married for years before she finally discovered she was pregnant. Most women in the community got pregnant within their first year of marriage, but for them it hadn't been so easy. Her marriage to Stephen hadn't been easy at first either, but they were in love and had made a comfortable life together. Nathan and Neil had been a big part of the problems in their marriage. Stephen had often brought up Neil's name, and then he'd asked Rachel if she was still in love with him. That's why it was awkward to see Neil back and at her husband's funeral. She looked over at him and he caught her eye and smiled. He was no longer speaking with anyone, and he made his way over to her. Before he reached her, he was intercepted by the bishop. Rachel watched the bishop shake Neil's hand and heard him say, "It's good to see you back." "It's good to be back, but I wish the circumstances were a little different." "So do we all." The bishop looked over at Rachel and took a couple of steps toward her. "I think we're ready to go to the graveyard now, if you're ready. Could we give it a few more minutes? Around 10? The bishop nodded, and Rachel turned to talk to Eunice, who was still sitting beside her, only to find Eunice was busily talking to the person on the other side of her. Neil approached her. "Hello, Rachel." "Hi, Neil. You've been gone a while. I got back yesterday. I was having an extended vacation, and then I heard about you and had to come back. I'm tempted to ask how you're feeling, but how would anyone feel at a time like this?" She nodded. When they dated, they were around 16, mere children. They were together 4 months before he became interested in a girl called Mary. "Whatever happened to Mary?" He frowned. "Mary? You dated her when you were a teenager." He chuckled softly and the corners of his chocolate-coloured eyes crinkled. Her family moved away. That was a long time ago. Since he was standing and she was still sitting, he dropped down onto one knee to talk with her. I write for a few of the Amish newspapers, and I'm wondering if you might allow me to ask you a few questions. Her mouth fell open. The thing is, whatever you say to me will be reported exactly as you say, and it'll only be in our Amish newspapers. People will want to know how you're feeling. I'm feeling dreadful. I know, but the point I'm trying to make is that those vultures out there will make up a story if you don't give them the true one. She nibbled on the end of a fingernail. You're right, but give me a couple of days. Certainly. Is there anything I can do for you? No, everyone's been so good. Is that why you were away, because of your newspaper? I find stories everywhere I go. How about I come to your house the day after tomorrow? Yes, thank you. That would be Thursday. He nodded. I'll see you then. The bishop approached again. Are you ready now, Rachel? Yes, I am. She wasn't. She knew her legs would be like jelly if she stood, but she had to carry on with it. Are you sure you're okay? Neil said, just as the bishop announced to all that the funeral procession to the graveyard was about to commence. I'm fine, I think. As Neil stood up, Nathan stepped in front of him to help Rachel to her feet. Will you stay with me in case I fall, Nathan? He drew his eyebrows together. Are you that bad? I don't know. I think so. Eunice put her arm out to Nathan. Me too. He held Rachel's elbow and gently pulled her to her feet and then helped his mother in the same way. Thank you, Rachel said. Neil was still standing close. Rachel, would you care to come in my buggy? Eunice said, Lisa and Rachel are going with us, thank you, Neil. Chapter 5. Throughout the bishop's brief sermon at the gravesite, Rachel thought how much it sounded like bees buzzing loudly. She wasn't hearing a word that was said. She was too busy willing herself to stand, because she knew if she didn't get through this, it would be disrespectful to Stephen. He deserved to have his wife and unborn child at his funeral looking on and saying goodbye. When it was over, everyone headed back to her place where the ladies were arranging refreshments. Rachel was grateful that everyone had rallied around, including the wider Amish community. After the last people left late that evening, her sister pulled out a bottle of champagne and placed it on the kitchen table, just as Rachel had finished wiping the table clean. What are you doing with that? Drinking it, of course. Your tradition might be to have a dry funeral, but all the funerals I've been to in the last few years have had champagne. Please yourself if you like drinking alone. I'm saying goodbye in my own way. I really liked Stephen. Have a drink with me. No, thank you. Lisa popped the cork and champagne bubbled over Rachel's just-cleaned table. Lisa cackled. Rachel quickly grabbed a couple of tea towels to soak up the spill. Then she looked at Lisa. You've already been drinking. Yes, up in my room while I waited for everyone to go. How much have you had? Just a bit. She took a large glass off the shelf and poured it full, took a sip and sat down at the table. It's not necessary to drink, Lisa. Then what happened? What? I went to my room after I got myself a little snack. What happened with Nathan? What do you mean? Lisa giggled and then took another mouthful. Nathan's not married. He'd be perfect for you. But wait, then there's the old flame, Neil. What a dream, with his honey-coloured skin and those big brown puppy dog eyes. Don't talk like that. Rachel walked out of the room. She heard the chair scrape along the floor and then Lisa said, You're not my mother. Stop telling me what to do. Rachel turned around and saw Lisa swaying slightly. Rachel left her and walked up to her room and closed herself in. Half an hour later, there was a knock on her bedroom door. Yes? Lisa opened the door. I'm going into town. There must be a bar or something there. Do you have to? Yeah, it's too depressing here. I'll be worried if you go somewhere alone. I need to go to a bar. Lisa walked away. You've had enough to drink, Rachel called after her. Lisa laughed. I've had nowhere near enough. Stop, Lisa. Go to your room and sleep it off. You're not my mother. I need to enjoy myself and forget about Harry, and you should do the same. Lisa burst into tears and started mumbling about Harry and how she couldn't live without him. Then she said something about killing herself. Rachel was furious with her sister. Lisa had showed her very little support, and now she was leaving her alone and running off after Rachel had just buried her husband. At that moment, Rachel cared nothing for Lisa or her problems. Okay, call for your taxi. Lisa wasted no time heading to the barn where the phone was kept. The taxi was there a few minutes later, and Lisa was gone. Rachel walked down to the living room and sat by herself. Blackie woke up from his usual spot by the fireplace and casually stretched every muscle of his body. First his front legs, and then his back legs, and finally everything in between. Then he slowly made his way over, jumped up onto her lap and purred, rubbing himself up and down against her growing belly. She smoothed Blackie's silky fur with her hand. It's just you and me, Blackie, and the baby. I do hope you get along with him. You will, won't you? Blackie purred and half closed his green eyes as Rachel continued to stroke his back. You'll have to get along with the baby because, well, you'll just have to. As Rachel sat, she replayed in her mind all that Lisa had said. What if she did do something silly? She wasn't in her right mind since she'd been drinking. All Rachel wanted to do was to be by herself and relax, but she couldn't, not if her sister was in any possible danger. She picked up Blackie and set him down next to her, and then went to the barn and called Eunice's house, hoping that Nathan would be close to the shanty where the phone was housed, directly outside the house. She dialed that number and then the phone rang and rang. Please answer, Nathan. She hung up and called again, and he answered almost immediately. She hung up without a word. It was a bad idea to get anyone else involved. This was something she could handle on her own, so she called a taxi and waited for it. Then she heard the phone ringing in the barn. She hurried to answer it. Rachel, it's Nathan. Is everything all right? You called me? No, well, yes. I was wondering if you'd help me. Lisa was drinking this afternoon and she's gone to do more drinking in town somewhere. You can't worry about her so much. She's old enough to look after herself. I have to. She's my sister. You don't know what she's like. She was saying a lot of crazy things before she left. Crazy like what? She's upset about an argument with her boyfriend and mentioned killing herself. I mean, I don't know if she would do it, but do you think she would harm herself? I don't know. I don't think so, but I can't assume not. She's distraught. I'll find her. I've called a taxi and I'm waiting for it now. I'll come with you. Pick me up on the way. She saw the lights of a car and a horn beeped. There was no time to argue. Okay, I'll see you in a minute. When she arrived at his mother's place, he was waiting outside. He climbed into the taxi and asked, "Where do you think she might be?" "I don't know. In a bar somewhere in town?" "Who is she close with?" "No one in the community, not anymore. The girls she used to be friends with have all moved away." "Where are we going?" "I asked the driver to take me to the nearest bar." She bit her tongue. "I don't know where else to look." "How about I take you home and I'll go by myself?" "There's no time. I have a bad feeling." "I'm worried about you and the baby." "Lisa's old enough to look after herself. She's older than you. She should be taking care of you." Rachel didn't answer. She knew that was true. She was much more like the older sister in this relationship. What's got her so upset? Rachel shrugged. Ex-boyfriend or current boyfriend problems? And that's it. So it's only Harry she's upset over? You know about Harry? She talks of little else. Rachel sighed. I know. They travelled for a few moments in silence. I appreciate you doing this. I'm glad you asked me. I didn't know where else to turn. I suppose I could have gone to the bishop, but the bishop already has a low opinion of Lisa, I'm sure, and I didn't want to make things worse if Lisa ever thinks about coming back to the community. I understand. I'm glad you came to me. Chapter 6. The driver let them out at the first bar. They walked inside and there, slumped over the bar talking to the bartender, was Lisa. Rachel hurried over to her. Lisa! Lisa turned and smiled at them. Are you here, really? Have a drink with me. She looked over at Nathan. Oh, and you too. Have a drink. Silvio was just telling me how to fix up my life. The bartender smiled. I reckon I give good advice. I've heard every problem under the sun. Do you know what he told me to do? Lisa asked. Let's go home and talk about it there. Rachel took hold of her arm. No. Lisa pulled her arm away. I want to stay and drink. Silvio, this is my sister, the good one. I'm the bad one. Don't be ridiculous, Lisa. The bartender leaned over and put his elbows on the counter. Lisa, I think you should go home with your sister and her husband. He's not her husband and I don't want to go home yet. You're giving me good advice. I know, but I've told you all I can. Do you want to take my advice or not? Lisa turned around and looked at Rachel. He says my life won't change unless I make a few changes. That's true, Nathan said. Let's talk about this at home. I can't go home because Harry is there. He means my home, Lisa. All right. If everyone stops nagging, I'll go home with you. Lisa stood up and swayed. Nathan grabbed her before she fell and put his arm around her. Together, he and Rachel managed to get her out the door. I forgot to say goodbye to Silvio. I think you said goodbye, Nathan said. I don't think I did. No, I don't remember that I did. He's a bartender, so he's used to people not saying goodbye to him. Nathan hailed a passing taxi. But it's rude. Let's go home. Nathan opened the door of the taxi. When they got back to Rachel's house, Lisa was fast asleep in the back seat, wrapped around Rachel. Rachel untangled herself from arms and legs. I should have taken you home first before I came home and... You couldn't have got Lisa inside. He asked the driver to wait while he took Lisa into the house. When he'd placed her on the couch, he said to Rachel, If you have an emergency, just call me. I'll keep an ear out for the phone. Oh, that would be good if you don't mind. If I minded, I wouldn't have offered, he chuckled. I'll get started bright and early on those jobs tomorrow, if that's okay. That's fine. When he left, she looked at her sister, still fast asleep and oblivious to the trouble that she had caused. Rachel unfolded the crocheted throw at the end of the couch and covered her with it. Lisa woke up just enough to pull the blanket higher over herself, squirming a little to make herself comfortable. Rachel walked to the kitchen to make herself a cup of hot tea, knowing she wouldn't be able to go straight to sleep without calming down first. Chapter 7. The next morning, Rachel was woken from the first decent sleep she'd had since learning she was a widow. Lisa was shaking her awake. It had been her secret hope that Lisa would be asleep most of the day with a hangover. What is it? Will you be okay if I go home tomorrow? Harry called me and everything's okay now. He wants me to come back home. Couldn't you stay longer? Lisa looked away from her. Rachel realised that Lisa didn't want to stay, that she was thinking of a way to let her down gently. Rachel hated to be a burden on her older sister. She wouldn't begrudge anybody having a good life, and Lisa was having such a wonderful life with Harry. So wonderful that she couldn't stop talking about her travels all over the world together with him. Rachel put on a brave face. You go, I'll be fine. I've got Eunice to comfort me, and I've also got Claire. I'll be back soon anyway. Will you? Rachel pushed herself up into a seated position and Lisa sat down on her bed. I should be back before Christmas. This Christmas? It was only a few months away. No, I meant next Christmas. Remember? I told you we had that trip to Venice planned, and then we'll probably spend Christmas at his flat in London. There's nothing quite like Christmas in London. Rachel rubbed her eyes. The baby will be almost 1 before you come back and see us. Don't worry, I'll send lots of gifts. I'll send you and the baby exciting things from all over the world. Save your money. We don't need gifts. Just a letter every now and again, or even a postcard would be fine. I just need to know that you're okay. Lisa ran her fingers through her hair. And why wouldn't I be okay? Harry looks after me. Rachel swallowed hard. She knew that wasn't the entire truth. What about a few months ago when he hit you? Has he ever done that again? Lisa frowned and swallowed hard. No, that was nothing. He apologised and said he'd never do anything like that again. Well, just be careful. Of Harry? Rachel nodded, wondering why Lisa would seem so surprised. Yes, if he's done that once, it'll probably be easier for him to do it the second time. That was all Rachel could say on the matter. She really wanted to tell her sister that Harry wasn't worthy of her, but she'd said things like that before, and Lisa had never listened to her back then, so she wouldn't listen to her now. I think we'll be engaged soon, she tapped her ring finger. Really? Has he talked of marriage? A little bit. He says things every now and again about marriage. Now that you're living with him, he's got no reason to marry you. A giggle escaped Lisa's lips. You sound just like Mum. I know, but maybe she was right. Anyway, I hope you'll be okay. Don't worry about me, I'll be fine. You just look after yourself. I will. When they heard a buggy, Lisa went over to the window. Someone's coming here. It's Nathan. What's he doing here again? Lisa spun around to face her sister. He's offered to do a few housing repairs before the winter. Stephen had meant to do them, but he never got around to it. Stephen was lazy, you mean? Rachel's mouth dropped open at Lisa saying something like that about her late husband. The funeral had been just yesterday, and Rachel had deliberately been very careful not to say mean things about Harry, who deserved such criticism. I'm just calling it like it is. You needn't carry on so much. Lisa looked back out the window. He certainly is handsome. Look at those broad shoulders and those big arm muscles. What would Harry say about you looking at another man like that? Rachel got out of her bed and quickly changed into her day clothes. Harry looks at other women all the time, and I don't complain. Rachel had her dress and apron on by now, and she brushed out her hair, braided it, and used a band to hold the end of the braid. She deftly pinned it up and donned her prayer cap. How does it make you feel? I really don't mind. Rachel doubted that was true. I'll let him in. She headed downstairs to open the door for Nathan. Just as she opened the door, he had his hand up to knock. Good morning. Good morning to you, Lisa said, appearing at the door behind Rachel. Hello, Lisa. I didn't expect to see you up and about. How are you feeling? Fine. Why? He shook his head and smiled. No reason. He looked at Rachel. Now, where shall I start? There's a small leak in the roof above the laundry room. It was on top of his list of jobs to do before. Okay, I'll get the ladder, but first I'll see what tools there are in the barn. Thank you, and if that doesn't take too long, can you have a look at something in the barn? I'm not going anywhere. I'm at your service. I want the whole house and the barn to be in good shape before winter. I'm heading off tomorrow, Lisa said to him. He raised his eyebrows. Oh, I thought you were staying longer. No, I was barely able to spare the time to come here. Don't worry about Rachel, she'll be fine. I know. She was just telling me that. Nathan gave her a nod, turned and headed to the barn. Chapter 8. Lisa rode off in a taxi on Thursday morning, at the same time that Neil drove up to the house in his buggy. Now Rachel felt ready to talk about things, and she was grateful for his company. She had mixed feelings about Lisa leaving. In one way, it was good to have her company, but she found herself worrying about Lisa too much. The thing that concerned her most, now that she'd be on her own, was having a panic attack at night. Tonight would be the first night she would be totally alone. She waited at the front door for Neil, standing back so the press still down by the gate wouldn't see her. He pulled a small bag out of the back of the buggy, gave her a wave, and headed toward her. He lived at one end of the county, and she lived at the other. For years he'd spent his time travelling, and Rachel had often wondered how he supported himself solely writing for newspapers, but she'd recently heard he was quite well off financially. He had a much older and unmarried sister, Ruth, who lived next door to him, and she acted as caretaker for his livestock and house while he was gone. After he gave her a dazzling smile, he said, "Are you ready?" She opened the front door wide. "As ready as I'll ever be." Before he walked into the house, he said, "I told the men down there I was getting the story. That'll keep them away." He stepped into her house, pulling something from his pocket. "Where shall I set this up?" "What is it?" "A tape recorder." "Oh. Would you like to sit at the kitchen table?" He nodded. "Okay." Once they were seated, she asked, "Would you like coffee?" "No, thank you, but you have some if you wish." "I'm fine." She nervously shifted in her seat. "I think the bishop has already given a statement to the press." "That's okay." "Do you mind if I record what you say?" She stared at the old-fashioned battery-operated cassette recorder. "I'll just take notes if you'd prefer." "No, it's okay." He pulled out his notes. "You don't have to answer anything you don't want to." She nodded. Then he proceeded to ask her questions, and she answered as best she could. She trusted Neil that he wouldn't distort what she said. It only lasted half an hour, and then Neil switched off the tape machine. "Thank you, Rachel." "It feels better, almost like I've got it off my chest." "I'm glad." He shuffled his notes and stuffed them back in his leather satchel, tucking the recorder in with them. "Now, how about that coffee?" "Yes." He half stood. "I'll make it for you." "No, you won't." She chuckled and touched his hand softly. "You sit there." After she put the water on to boil, she said, "Why don't we sit out on the porch?" "Will we be shielded from passers-by?" "Good point. I don't think so." "Why don't I take 2 of these chairs out the back door? We can sit and overlook your garden." "Okay." While he busied himself taking the chairs outside, Rachel made him coffee and then made herself a cup of chamomile tea. She looked out the window at him arranging the chairs and wondered if he recalled the time they'd spent together as teenagers. He'd left her, just as Nathan had left her 2 years later. Now she'd been abandoned by Stephen. But of course, he'd had no choice in that. Stephen had turned out to be the solid and dependable one out of the 3 men she'd dated. Neil came back inside and carried their hot drinks outside. It didn't escape her notice that he'd placed their 2 seats quite close together. She pulled hers away just slightly and sat down. Once she was seated, he passed her the cup and then sat down himself. After he'd taken a sip of coffee, he said, "You've got a lovely place here." "Thank you, I like it." They sat there quietly, sipping their drinks and thinking their own thoughts. She cleared her throat. She had to know. "Neil, did you pay for my husband's funeral?" His eyebrows pinched together. "Why would you ask that? I figured it out. I overheard something the bishop said to you at the funeral and put 2 and 2 together." She had heard he was wealthy and generous. He cleared his throat. "This is rather embarrassing." "No, don't be embarrassed. We could both be embarrassed about so many things if we wanted to be." He looked down into his coffee. "Does it taste okay?" "I've lost the interest in coffee that I once had. Now I drink tea all the time." "It's fine." He looked up across the south pasture. "Our land ends at that first wire fence." She cleared her throat. My land. Do you need anything done around the house? I'm quite handy with tools. No, that's okay. Nathan is helping with some odd jobs. Nathan? Yes. Nathan will be gone soon, but I'll be staying. She looked into his wide brown eyes. You're not going to be travelling so much? No, I'm not. His tone was abrupt, and she wondered if she'd said something to offend him. He leaned down and placed his coffee mug by his feet. I have something to say. What is it? I was going to leave it sometime, but I fear if I leave things, I'll be too late. Too late for what? She searched his face for an inkling of what he was so worried about. Would you marry me, Rachel? He continued without drawing a breath. I know we haven't seen much of one another these past years, but I never forgot you. He'd forgotten Mary, the woman he'd left her for. It's too... They sat there quietly, sipping their drinks and thinking their own thoughts. She cleared her throat. She had to know. Neil, did you pay for my husband's funeral? His eyebrows pinched together. Why would you ask that? I figured it out. I overheard something the bishop said to you at the funeral and put two and two together. She had heard he was wealthy and generous. He cleared his throat. This is rather embarrassing. No, don't be embarrassed. We could both be embarrassed about so many things if we wanted to be. He looked down into his coffee. Does it taste okay? I've lost the interest in coffee that I once had. Now I drink tea all the time. It's fine. He looked up across the south pasture. Our land ends at that first wire fence. She cleared her throat. My land. Do you need anything done around the house? I'm quite handy with tools. No, that's okay. Nathan is helping with some odd jobs. Nathan? Yes. Nathan will be gone soon, but I'll be staying. She looked into his wide brown eyes. You're not going to be travelling so much? No, I'm not. His tone was abrupt, and she wondered if she'd said something to offend him. He leaned down and placed his coffee mug by his feet. I have something to say. What is it? I was going to leave it sometime, but I fear if I leave things, I'll be too late. Too late for what? She searched his face for an inkling of what he was so worried about. Would you marry me, Rachel? He continued without drawing a breath. I know we haven't seen much of one another these past years, but I never forgot you. He'd forgotten Mary, the woman he'd left her for. It's too... I know it's too soon, but I want to let you know that I'm interested in you and would love it if you'd become my wife. I have a nice home and I'd love to be a dad. With your little one coming soon, we'd have a good start to a family. She didn't want to offend him, and she had been pleased to see him again, but she couldn't replace one man with another as easily as that. Well, thank you for the offer. You'll consider it? Yes, I will give it serious consideration. She sipped her tea, grateful he'd cared enough to propose. Maybe God had a plan for her future, just like Claire had said. Being alone was awful, and she couldn't imagine not sharing the delights of watching her child grow with someone. I'm sorry I can't answer you with a yes or a no. He reached down and fetched his mug. I didn't think you would, but I wanted to get my offer in before Nathan. Nathan? I know the two of you were close once, and he, just like me, is unmarried. I know how it feels to be his age without someone to share life with. Oh, I thought that's the life you chose, with your travelling and everything. He stared at her. It's what I do to fill in the silence. When I travel, I stay with folks and I'm not alone. Marriage with you would be an answer to my prayers. But is it an answer to mine, Rachel thought. Her heart still belonged to Stephen, and it always would. Maybe time would allow her to find room in her heart for another love. Being alone was a terrifying thought. If her parents were still alive, she might have felt different. I just want to say that Nathan... Yes? Never mind. No, you must tell me now. He blew out a breath. Nathan has a lot of girlfriends. Rachel frowned. Has or he had?
Neil chuckled. He had, sorry, as in he's always involved with a woman and then the next time I'm visiting his community, he's with a different one. Yes, he told me he has been on quite a few dates. Dates? Neil shook his head. What else would they be? I shouldn't say more. I'm just trying to point out the difference between him and myself. I have kept myself and he... I don't think you should finish that sentence. Then you know what I mean? She shook her head. Stop there. If Nathan had been improper with these women, it would have come back to bite him before now. She kept her thoughts to herself. It was a little comical that Neil was trying to win her and he saw Nathan as his competition, but she wasn't going to let him see that she was upset at him besmirching Nathan's character. Can we change the subject? I need to talk about something lighter. He chuckled. Okay. Tell me, what will happen with the article once you write it? Will you share it with other reporters? If so, Rachel hoped that it would satisfy everyone. As he talked on and on about the Amish publications, Rachel wondered if, eventually, they could make a good couple. He seemed sincere, and he wanted to be married, was desperate even. That meant he'd make the effort to make their marriage a happy one, and she was the kind of woman who needed to be married. She wasn't independent and strong like Eunice or even Lisa. Neil stayed another hour and was saying goodbye on the porch when they saw a buggy coming on the road in front of the house. Looking harder, Rachel said, "It's Nathan." Neil stared at the buggy making its way toward them. I would have thought he'd want to spend more time with his mother. Well, he has been. Do you want me to stay? No, it's okay. He might have family things to discuss. Rachel walked further toward the edge of the porch and Neil made his way down the steps. I'll see you at the meeting on Sunday. Okay, bye Neil. He smiled at her and headed to his buggy. It would be a test of her faith being alone all night, and maybe alone the next day too. Even on Sunday she'd get no visitors until the afternoon, when the meeting was over. As Neil climbed into his buggy, Nathan jumped down from his. The two nodded to each other, and then Nathan smiled when he caught her eye. Hello, Rachel. I came to see that you're okay. I've been a little concerned with Lisa gone. He must have known about her bad nerves. Thank you, but I survived. Lisa just went this morning, and Neil's been here ever since. Has he? Rachel nodded. Come inside. He walked into the house. What can I get you? He chuckled. I'm okay. Mum feeds me until I can't eat another thing. Now she's cooking for you. For me again? Yes, she says she has to keep her hands busy to keep her mind calm. They both sat on the couch and he leaned down and stroked Blackie. Do you think you should stay with us, Eunice and me? No, I'll be okay. I'll need to get used to being on my own. Well, you don't have to be on your own. She looked away from him. He couldn't know that Neil had proposed, could he? If he knew, he probably would say something. I don't know. I won't put pressure on you. I'll do some more work Monday if that's okay. Mum's got visitors coming in an hour or so that she wants me to meet. His visit wouldn't be long. She wanted him to stay longer. That led her to compare the two men. Neil was a man she didn't know very well. He was intelligent, well-travelled and exciting, whereas Nathan was familiar and safe. Rachel? Yes. I was talking and you weren't listening. Oh, I'm sorry. What were you saying? He leaned forward in his chair. If you get troubled tonight, please call me. Eunice and I will come over right away. She slowly nodded. I appreciate that. I think I'll be fine. Rachel went to bed later than usual that night, propped herself up with pillows and comforted herself by reading Stephen's Bible. When she felt herself dozing off, she pushed the Bible under the pillow on the opposite side and fell fast asleep. She was woken the next morning by the light streaming through the window. She said a little prayer of thanks that she'd made it through the night without the pounding heart and sweats of a panic episode. If she'd survived one night on her own, it was a sign of good things to come. After she changed into her day clothes, she fed the horse and the chickens before she made her own breakfast.
The day was peaceful and still, with only the happy sounds of birds singing their early morning songs. Still tired from staying up so late, she decided to have a nap on the couch. She'd only just drifted off to a peaceful place when she heard a loud pounding on her door. She opened it to see Lisa standing there. "Lisa? Yes, it's me." Rachel could see by her face that something was dreadfully wrong. There were no suitcases with her and Lisa looked awful. "Harry dumped me for good this time," Rachel gasped. "I'm left with nothing at all. When I got back from here, he'd locked me out and there was a note stuck on the door of the apartment. Can you believe it? A note! Anyone could have taken that note and I wouldn't have known what had happened." Rachel scrunched up her face. "What?" "He fell in love with someone else, just like that." That's what the note said. "And he said it hadn't been working between us for ages. But that's not true. He was talking about marriage just recently. He mentioned it several times in the last few months." "Where did I go wrong, Rachel?" She walked through the door and threw herself onto the couch. "Is it all right if I stay here?" Yes, of course. Rachel hoped that it would be all right with the bishop. Considering she was still grieving, she hoped the bishop wouldn't mind that she had a family member, her only remaining family member, under her roof, even though Lisa was technically an Englisher now. He hadn't minded when she was there for the funeral, but a longer visit might be a different matter. Rachel went to close the door and saw the taxi still in the yard, Lisa's suitcases laying on the ground beside it, and a man making his way toward her. The taxi's still there. Then she said to the driver, "Has she left something in the taxi?" "No, lady, I need to get paid." "Rachel, the driver needs to be paid," Lisa yelled from the couch. "I don't have any money of my own, and the money I'd brought with me to last through the funeral has all gone. Everything I own is locked up in that apartment. The credit card, my cash, my jewellery, everything has gone. It's all gone. Wait here, please. I'll get you some money," she said to the driver, and then hurried into the kitchen and got cash from the cookie jar. $85, lady, the driver called out. Rachel gave him the exact amount. He grabbed it with a perfunctory, "Thanks." Rachel realised he wasn't happy not having a tip. "Wait a moment," she said, and ran after him and gave him another $5. "Thanks, lady." She walked back into the house and sat beside her sister. "He's left your bags in the yard. I'll help you get them when you're ready." "This is just so horribly wrong. How could something like this have happened to me?" Tears ran down Lisa's cheeks, smudging her mascara. Rachel put her arm around her. "Well, it's just as well you didn't marry him." "Don't you see? If we had gotten married, he never would have left me because he would have been committed. I can't believe how he could do this to me. I don't even know who he left me for. I never should have come to the funeral and left him alone." Rachel couldn't believe what Lisa had just said. She wished she hadn't come for Stephen's funeral. It was a dreadful thing to say, and Rachel did her best not to be upset with her. "What can I get you?" "Do you have any ice cream?" Lisa hurried to the gas-powered refrigerator. "No, I'm trying to eat healthily." Lisa stopped in her tracks. "Chocolate?" Rachel shook her head. "Then I just want to go to bed." "Have you got the bed in the spare room made up yet?" Rachel bit her tongue, being tempted to tell her she wasn't running a bed and breakfast. "I'm afraid it's just as you left it." "I haven't even changed the sheets or anything yet. I was waiting until I was ready to wash them." "That's fine. I'm sorry that I've landed on you like this. I just need a couple of days and then I'm sure Harry will come to his senses." "You'd have him back?" "Yes, of course. I'm in love with him. I think he just got scared because he must have missed me and realised how much he was in love with me. He might realise how much he needs me, and then we'll get married and live happily ever after." "I hope so." "Thanks. I just need to rest up. I've had a long trip there and another one back. It was awful. I had to borrow money from a friend for the bus. Can you believe it? I had to travel on a crowded bus instead of in an air-conditioned car with a driver. It must have been dreadful for you. You wouldn't believe how disgusting it was, so I won't even try to start telling you."
I got off a bit early and hitched a ride. That's dangerous. Sometimes. I'm still alive. Then I got a taxi the rest of the way. I'd much rather hitch a ride than go by bus. Anyway, I used to do it all the time when I was young. Lisa walked away from her, went outside and grabbed her bags, came back in and headed up the stairs. Rachel was glad that things were over with Lisa and Harry. Ever since learning he'd hit her sister, she had never trusted him. And if Lisa had admitted he hit her once, how many more times had it happened? Chapter 9. It was after dark when Lisa woke up. Rachel was just finished heating up a meal left by a member of the community. It was a bacon and potato stew. "Feeling better?" Rachel asked when Lisa sat down on a chair at the kitchen table. "I do. I hope you're hungry." "It'll be ready in 5 minutes. I'm just heating the dinner rolls." "A little hungry." "Rachel, how will you support yourself and the baby while I'm here? You know I have no income now. Harry used to give me a cash allowance and my credit card has a very low limit." "Well, you could get a job or something." "Doing what? I'm not trained in anything." "I'm sure there are lots of things you can do. Office work? Sales? There are any number of things you could do. Didn't you work in PR? What about your photography? Do you still do that?" "I suppose I could do some form of photography, but it's not easy to break into and I don't have my equipment with me. Anyway, it won't be long before Harry contacts me. And what are you going to do for a job?" Thanks to their donations, the kind donations from all the lovely well-wishers, I'll have enough money to live on for about 12 months. That's what I worked out with the bishop when he came to see me just after you left. "That's wonderful news." "Yes, it is. I've been very blessed in that way. And after that, I'm hoping and trusting for God to open some doors for me. I've got some things in the back of my mind that I might be able to do, and who knows what will happen." Claire said there's plenty of space at the markets. "Oh, there's always space at the markets. But who wants to do that? You can't get much money from working in the markets." "I don't need much. Just enough to keep food on the table and clothes on our backs, that's all. Stephen didn't leave me with any debts, so I'm blessed in that regard too." "You are going to need a new buggy someday, and in a few years you'll need a new horse, and they're not cheap." "In my situation, I have to trust in God, or I'd go crazy." "I'm learning to do it more and more." Lisa nibbled on a fingernail. "My cell phone's dead. I need to go into town to charge it tomorrow. Harry could be calling me right now and I wouldn't even know. Anyway, what happened between you and Neil?" She recalled that they'd crossed paths when Lisa was leaving. "Nothing. I just gave him the interview and he left." "Oh. And you said you weren't doing interviews. I thought it would be okay to give one to him, seeing he's in the community." "Did he ask you out?" "It's hardly a good time." Lisa's gaze turned toward the ceiling. "I wonder what Harry's doing right now." When Lisa went into town the next day, it was a complete relief to Rachel. She'd tried her best to console her sister, but it was hard when she didn't like Harry at all. She was tempted to tell Lisa she was better off without him, but she knew that wouldn't help the situation. When a knock sounded on the door, Rachel opened it, pleased to see Claire. "Come in. Where are the children?" "I left them with Mum because I wanted to spend some time with you." "This is perfect timing. Lisa has gone into town to use the computer and to charge her cell phone." "She's still here?" Claire took a seat in the living room. "She is." "Well, she's gone and come back. She keeps telling me she won't be here long, and then talks as though she'll be here a while. I am enjoying her company, though. I mean, it's nice to have someone here." "Really? She doesn't bother you like she used to?" Rachel gave a little giggle. "Well, she does have her flamboyant ways. I had to ask her to change her clothes on the day of the funeral. They were just too outlandish. The bishop would have had a heart attack. I think it's Joan who would have had the heart attack." Both girls giggled at how straight-laced the bishop's wife was. She was continually telling the women that their dresses needed to be longer when they were already past their knees. "I feel sorry for Lisa because I think she's headed for a fall. She's convinced Harry will want to get back together with her, but he's no good for her. I just know it. I wish she'd see that for herself." "Well, that's her choice to make, and you shouldn't be concerned about her.
Who's looking after who? Rachel nodded. I know. I've always felt more like I was the older sister, not Lisa. I feel like I have to look after her all the time. That's because you are the stable one. She seems very immature. I'm not saying that to be nasty, but what does she do with herself exactly? She's never really had a job. As far as I know, she did a little PR work and photography. Then she was a waitress for a couple of months, and then she met Harry, and he didn't want her to work, and she just travelled around the world with him since then. Claire nodded. What does he do? I'm not sure what he does. Something to do with textiles. I don't want to know any more than that. Claire nodded again. I'll make you a cup of tea. I'll put the kettle on, and I left a lemon cake in the buggy. That sounds good to me. Both girls headed to the kitchen, and Claire put the already hot kettle back on the stove, and Rachel sat down while her friend headed to fetch the cake from the buggy. Rachel started to feel sorry for herself. Why couldn't Lisa be looking after her? It would be nice just to have more of what her friend was doing for her now, and that was making her feel special. Here it is. Claire walked in and placed the cake on the table. That looks so lovely. I'm so happy you could come here today. I love seeing your children, but it's so nice to be alone with you. I don't think we've had a quiet time together like this in years. The kettle whistled and Claire took it off the stove. No, we haven't done this in a long time. Have you seen Joanne lately? I only need to see her for monthly visits at this stage. Has she checked you over since Stephen died? Yes, she was here the very next day, and I'm okay, and so's the baby. Joanne heard about it from somewhere. It's not surprising. News of what happened was all over the place. Reporters are even stopping our members in town and asking about you. Rachel shrugged. It's very nice of them to be concerned. It's made me feel good that strangers have been touched somehow by what's happened. It's nice to know people care. I feel better about the whole of humanity. She blinked back tears. Claire made the tea and pretended not to notice. If Claire had tried to comfort her, Rachel knew that her tears would have flowed uncontrollably. I hope you are not doing too much work here on your own. No, I'm not. Just my usual housework. Nathan's been coming over nearly every day to fix this and that, and he's helping with the animals then too. How does that make you feel? Claire placed the pot of tea on the table and set out the teacups and saucers. Okay, I guess. I mean, grateful. It's generous of him to do that. Claire sat and waited for the tea to steep. Did you ever find out why he disappeared so suddenly and went to Ohio? No, Rachel snapped. Oh, I'm sorry, Claire. Lisa said something earlier about Nathan and my nerves are still on edge. I guess it's made me a little more touchy than I realised. It's okay. Her former relationship with Nathan was one part of her life that she'd tucked away in the dark recesses of her mind. It was a heartbreak that had been hard for her to handle when it had happened. Nathan had broken up with her, not as harshly as Harry had broken up with her sister, but just as painfully. There had been no reason given for the breakup. He'd just mumbled something about them being unsuited, and he wanted to go to Ohio for a while. The breakup with Nathan had hit her harder than the one with Neil, maybe because it was the second time she'd been broken up with, and it had come just before her parents had died. Claire added, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have brought that up. It's okay. It's just that it was years ago and I thought it was all in the past. It's all in the past until the past comes back to town. Rachel sighed and leaned forward and poured the tea. I can't think of anything like that now. Can't you? She couldn't believe her friend just said that. What do you mean? Rachel put the teapot back down on the table. I mean, that baby of yours is going to need a father, and you're not the kind of woman who can make it on her own. You're not weak, but you can't live alone. My baby might need a father, but Stephen's dead. Don't you remember? He was buried a few days ago. Her friend looked away. I'm sorry, Rachel. I shouldn't have said that. I just want the best for you and I know what you need. Rachel sighed again.
I should be the one apologising to you. I haven't slept much. I just thought things might be easier if you marry again. I know you don't like being on your own. Well, something I haven't told you is that Neil came here, and he asked me questions for his newspaper. I think he writes for a few of the Amish newspapers. I know that. He's never married, but I think you'd be better off married to Nathan. What? Marry Nathan? Just at that moment there was a knock on the door. Rachel went to answer it and saw Nathan standing there with a lopsided grin. Chapter 10. Rachel gulped and hoped he hadn't heard what had just been said about him. "Hello, Nathan." "Did I hear my name mentioned?" he asked. "No." She hadn't meant to lie. The words spilled out of her mouth before she could stop it. "You came at the right time, though. Claire is here and she brought cake." He chuckled. "As much as I'd like to join you, I'd rather fix things for you." "That's kind." "Stop it, it's not kind. You're doing me a favour. What else would I do if I didn't come over here? Mum's busy with visitors and there's no odd jobs over there." Claire came up behind Rachel. "Hello, Nathan." "Hi, Claire. I heard you brought cake. There's plenty if you'd like some." "No, thank you. I just had something to eat." "Are you staying with your mother for a while?" Claire asked. Rachel gulped and found she was hoping that he would be staying there for a long period. He gave half a shrug. "I am." "And you're living in Ohio now?" "Yes, Holmes County." "You're not married?" He looked down and gave a little chuckle. "Not yet." From what he said and how he said it, Rachel wondered if there might be truth in the rumours of him having a girlfriend. The pain of him walking away from her had been hard, but she was well and truly over it now. The only thing that lingered was the feeling of not being good enough for him, not being good enough for him to love, not being good enough for him to marry her, not being good enough for him to even give her a halfway decent reason for ending things between them. He stepped back. "I'll get a move along with that work in the barn, shall I?" "Yes, please." "And then you must come in and have some cake, otherwise I'll feel extremely bad. The least I can do is make you a cup of hot tea to have with a piece of cake." He laughed. "I think I'll be ready for that once I do a couple hours of work." "Good." He gave both ladies a big smile and then turned around. Rachel closed the door behind him. "See? I've heard he's getting married soon, and it must be true. I'll tell him I'm fine. Someone else could do those repairs. I don't want to keep him from his woman." That's not what he said, and I think Eunice would have said something by now if he was courting someone. Anyway, don't mind me. It was a silly thought. I just want you to be happy, and I know you loved him once. A very long time ago, and things are so different now. I know. When Claire was leaving, Nathan came to the front door. "I hope you didn't eat all the cake, Claire." She giggled. "There's plenty left." Rachel hugged Claire. "Thank you for stopping by." "I'll come tomorrow too if I can." She turned to Nathan. "Bye, Nathan." He gave her a smile and a nod before she hurried past to her buggy. As she drove away, he said, "Is she in a hurry?" "Yes. She didn't watch the time and her mum's looking after her children. She's got 3 of them now, all girls. I saw them at the meeting." "Ah. Well, come in. I've just boiled the kettle again." Chapter 11. I'm glad you're alone, Rachel, because I've been waiting for a chance to speak with you with no one else around. Rachel placed the hot tea in front of him and pushed the plate of cut cake slices toward him. "What is it?" She guessed it was something to do with his brother's death. There were so many loose ends to tie up, so many people to contact, and she hadn't even gone halfway through her list. Maybe he was going to offer to help her with some of it. "Stop fussing around and sit down." She smiled at him and sat down. "It's a serious talk, is it?" It might be. When he hesitated and the hint of a smile left his face, she said, "Have I done something wrong?" She'd remembered Nathan as someone she could have a laugh with, and it worried her to see him so serious. "No, not at all." "You could never do anything wrong." He took a deep breath. I've been thinking about your situation, you and the baby, and how you've been left all alone. I've come here today not only to help you around the place, but also to ask if you would marry me." She immediately straightened in her chair. This was the last thing she was expecting. Marry? If he'd asked her to marry him years ago, she would have jumped at the chance. Back then, it had been the only thing she'd ever wanted. Now, so much had changed, and so many long years had passed. He nodded. "We've always gotten along well. I'm not married, and I want to be married someday and have lots of children. Your baby's going to need a father, and you're going to need someone to look after you." She gulped when he stared into her eyes. He had mentioned nothing of love, and they'd had no tender moments together, aside from consoling each other over Stephen's death. There had been no hint of romance between them.
Of course not, under the circumstances. Number. It was all wrong.
"Thank you. I appreciate your offer. Really, I do. But I'm not ready for anything like that." "I thought you'd say that. I know things have been difficult between us, starting when I left, and then later, obviously, when you married my brother." She frowned. He'd said those last words as if he'd been hurt by the action, but he had left her, so she didn't think that he would have cared about that. He certainly didn't seem to care when she and Stephen had been dating. There was no sign of him that whole time, and he only came back from Holmes County to attend their wedding. She pushed some loose tendrils of hair back under her prayer cap. "This is all such a shock." "That's okay. I didn't expect an answer right away. I can't marry you. I just can't. And I'm sorry. You've got no need to be sorry. I just want to make things easy for you and your baby." He was doing an honourable thing, but she couldn't marry someone she didn't love, and the love that she'd once had for him was gone. She'd fallen in love with Stephen and his kind and gentle ways. Stephen would never have left her to move to Ohio on a whim. It hurt still that Nathan's behaviour had never been explained to her. "What are you thinking about?" "Oh, I don't know. I've just got so much on my mind. There's so much to think about sometimes I feel like I'm drowning. I've got so many things to do, and just getting up every day, getting dressed, preparing meals, washing clothes, it's all just too much." "I thought people had brought you enough meals for weeks." She nodded. She still had to heat them though, and wash the dishes. Sometimes even that was too much, but she couldn't admit to that. He slowly nodded. "Why don't you come and stay with Mum and me for a few weeks?" "I can't impose. I never want to be a burden on anybody." "Rachel, you could never be a burden, not on anyone." "No, it can't be easy for your mother either. How is she coping?" He shook his head. "I don't think it's something she'll ever get over, not really. Even though she knows where he is and that she'll see him again one day, it's just the aching pain of him not being there, him not stopping by the house to say hello on his way home from work, not being able to come there for dinner. And then she's upset that he'll never see his child. And I know that's something that you must think about daily." She fought back tears. "I can't understand the mind of God. I can't understand why Stephen was ripped away from me." The tears flooded down her face and she couldn't stop them. At that moment she just wanted her brother-in-law to go home. She didn't care if the odd jobs weren't finished. What did anything matter now that Stephen was gone? He got out of his chair, crouched down next to her and put his arm around her. "It's okay. It's okay." He lifted her up to her feet and held her in his arms, and she sobbed into his shoulder. He held her tight and she was grateful for his strong arms around her. It wasn't a romantic moment. It was a moment where two people who'd loved the same person were comforting each other. She knew he was close to tears too, and yet he wouldn't allow himself to cry. She wiped her eyes, sniffed and pulled back. "I need fresh air." She walked out to the porch and he followed. "I didn't know I had any tears left." She leaned against the porch railing, glancing down at where the press usually were parked. There were none of them there. "It's good to cry and let it all out." It never makes me feel any better.
It will in time. I adjusted to my father being gone, and you've adjusted to losing both your parents. She nodded. It wasn't easy, and I'll never forget them, and I still miss them every day. Of course. It's only natural. He put his arm around her and she rested her head on his shoulder. They jumped apart when a taxi appeared at the bottom of the drive. That will be Lisa back from town. Rachel hoped that Lisa hadn't seen them standing close together. She would be sure to draw the wrong conclusion. Chapter 12. Before I forget, Nathan said, Mum said to invite you for the evening meal tonight. Tonight? She wiped her eyes. Yes, okay. Did you have any other plans? He asked. She looked over at Lisa getting out of the taxi. That invitation extends to Lisa as well. Thank you, that would be lovely. We haven't got as far as planning what we'll have for dinner tonight. Good. He glanced over at Lisa and then said, I'll be in the barn if you need me. He flashed her a smile. Oh, and I hope what I said just now didn't upset you. It wasn't meant to. Oh no, it didn't upset me at all. Thank you for the offer. I'm just a mess at the moment, but I do thank you for everything, she said again and felt like a fool. He nodded and then turned and walked past Lisa and said a few words to her before he headed to the barn. Rachel hurried inside and hoped her sister wouldn't say anything about the cosy scene that she might have witnessed. As she refilled the tea kettle, her sister came into the kitchen. Well, what was all that about? You two were so close I couldn't have fit a piece of paper between the two of you. Don't think I didn't see it. And you've been playing along as if you didn't care two hoots about him. I knew the truth. I knew right away as soon as I saw him back here. Just stop it, Lisa. I haven't got the energy for this. Well, what's going on between the two of you? There's nothing going on at all. He's just helping around the place. You know that. I found out in town today that he doesn't have a girlfriend. Lisa sat down at the table. Neither does Neil. Who were you speaking with? Rachel kept wiping down the countertops. Are you pretending you're not interested, but you really are interested? Don't answer my question then, Rachel said. It's not of my concern who told you that. Anyway, has Harry emailed you yet? No. Oh, Lisa, I'm sorry. Rachel stopped cleaning and rinsed her hands at the kitchen sink. Lisa buried her face in her hands. What am I going to do? I feel like my life is over. He was my whole life. I gave up everything for him. Rachel wondered what everything was that Lisa thought she had given up. She'd only been working part-time in a diner when she met Harry, and she had never intended to return to the community. She couldn't resist it. What did you give up? Rachel sat down opposite Lisa at the kitchen table. Lisa's shoulders slumped, and she propped herself up by placing her elbows on the table. Everything. My whole life was devoted to him. You just don't know what it's like to lose someone. Rachel froze to the spot. Excuse me? I don't know. You know what I mean. Lisa ignored Rachel and went on and on about herself, as usual. Losing people was something Rachel knew about quite well. I think I might know a thing or two, Rachel said quietly. Lisa stopped talking and looked up at her. A thing or two about what? Rachel shook her head. Never mind. As I was saying, everything in the apartment, all my furniture I paid for with my money, it's still there. Oh, by the way, thank you for lending me money. I don't know what I would do without you. I'll pay it all back. It's okay. I'll pay it back just as soon as Harry and I get back together. Rachel stared at her sister, wondering why she wouldn't forget about Harry. He didn't even seem like a very nice person. What sort of man would lock his girlfriend out of her apartment where all her possessions were? What makes you think that's going to happen? Well, I wasn't going to say anything, but since you asked, we have had a few rows like this before. It made Rachel uneasy to see her sister look so defeated. She was normally so upbeat. Did you argue about something this time? No, but it's not unusual for us to have a break from one another. But he's never locked me out of the apartment before, and we've always gotten back together, and things went back to normal just like nothing had happened. Do you think that's what's going to happen this time? Lisa nodded. I know it. It has to. Before I forget, Eunice has invited us to dinner. That's dreadful. Why? You get along well with her. She's a good cook, so I'll eat too much and get fat and then I'll have to exercise. Harry hates fat women. All that walking you do to town and back should be helping, when you don't use taxis anyway. That's true. She touched her skinny stomach. I reckon I've got a bit of room to fit a decent meal. Just one, though. Rachel nodded and didn't say much. They'd been eating well, living off the casseroles that people had made for them, but they were running out of those. What time do we leave here for dinner? We'll probably go with Nathan when he finishes work here today, and I'm hoping he'll bring us back home. A sparkle of mischief came to Lisa's eyes. Cosy. Do you want me to stay here? I don't want to ruin your night. Don't be ridiculous. You should stop saying things like that. That is the last thing on my mind. Don't you know that? Lisa chuckled. Chapter 13. After they'd eaten dinner at Eunice's house, Rachel found it awkward sitting there in the living room with Nathan while her sister helped Eunice with the washing up. It was awkward for two reasons. One, because she was sure he had only asked her to marry him out of duty, and two, because she knew that her sister would be talking to Eunice about her own recent tragic breakup, without a thought that the poor woman had just lost her youngest son. It wasn't that her sister was selfish exactly. It was just that she couldn't see that her tragedy was nothing to a person who had just lost a husband or a son. I hope things are doing good between us now, in spite of what I talked about earlier today. Did I upset you? No, not at all. It was nice that you offered. It was a nice thought. He leaned back on the couch. Are you cold? Do you want the fire on? She rubbed her arm. I'm not cold at all. What about you? He shook his head. You sure are acting funny about being alone with me now. You keep looking over at the kitchen. I'm just worried about Eunice and how she's coping. She's coping as well as she can be. She has some crying episodes, but who can blame her for that? Rachel shook her head and looked down. I know. While Nathan changed the subject and talked about her barn and what needed to be done, Rachel continued to worry about what her sister was saying to Eunice. Their mother had always told them to keep their problems to themselves, and that had become deeply ground into Rachel, but obviously not so much with Lisa. Most things had gone Lisa's way all her life, and when something didn't, it was hard for her to handle. It was becoming a concern to Rachel. What if Harry didn't call Lisa back? How long would her sister be living with her? Maybe I should help them. You heard my mother. She won't hear of it. I know, but I feel useless sitting here doing not very much. You are doing something. You're keeping me company. Isn't that something? He had such a funny look on his face that Rachel couldn't help but giggle, and he laughed along with her. That is what I like to see. The sparkle is back in your eyes. She stopped laughing. How are you fixed financially? He asked. I'm fine, just fine. And if you weren't fine, would you tell me? She nodded. I would. He raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? As I told my sister, I have enough to keep me going for about a year, and then we'll see what happens after that. Fair enough, but when I go back home, if you need anything at all, I want you to let me know, all right? She nodded. I will. I'll be over tomorrow to finish off the barn repairs, and I'll give you my phone number then. Thank you. I appreciate all the work you're doing. When Nathan pulled up in his buggy early the next morning, Lisa hurried out to meet him. Rachel wasn't feeling the best, so she stayed in the kitchen with her hands wrapped around her morning tea. She wasn't quite sure what Nathan was doing in the barn, but she knew that it was something that her late husband had always been meaning to fix. She also knew the barn had needed a whole section of the roof repaired. From the time they'd moved into the house years ago, nearly every spare moment of Stephen's time had been spent fixing things. Rachel had been pleased that Stephen was a hard worker, although at times she had found herself wanting him to stop and just take a moment and spend a little time with her. They talked over supper, but at night she would have liked to have somebody to talk with before bedtime. He went to bed early and was often asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. Rachel looked up when Lisa walked into the kitchen. "What is it?" Lisa sat down opposite Rachel. "He's only doing this to see more of me." "Nathan?" "That's right. He must think I'm going to go back to the city." "Well, I am, as soon as Harry calls me." "You think Nathan's doing what because of you?" Lisa looked around. "Where's my coffee?" "Oh, I didn't know you wanted one. You normally go into town first thing." Rachel got up to make a cup of coffee for her. "All that walking has turned me off and I can't afford a taxi both ways. Well, you can't afford for me to pay for a taxi both ways." "You can take the buggy." "I will not take the buggy like an Amish person." Rachel poured the hot water over the coffee granules. "What if I drive you in later today?" "Do you feel well enough?" "Yeah, it might do me good to get out of the house later today." Lisa took the coffee mug that Rachel extended toward her. "That would be wonderful if you could do that. And then we could look around the stores, do some window shopping." "We'll see. I don't know if I'm up for all that. I'll try." Rachel sat back down, wondering if she was ready to go back into town. She hadn't seen the reporters lately, so hopefully they'd forgotten about her. "Yes, it'll be fun. We can shop together, just like in the old days." "What were you saying about Nathan?" "I think it's pretty obvious that he has a little crush on me." Rachel giggled. "Does he?" She hadn't shared with her sister about the marriage proposal, and she knew that Nathan would never have told anybody either. "He'll probably be sad when I go, but then he can go back to Ohio as planned." "And how do you feel about him?" "I'm in love with Harry. But it doesn't hurt to look at him. He turned out quite handsome. It's a shame he's still Amish." Lisa giggled. "What are you laughing at?" "You." "What?" "I'm teasing you. He's doing all this because he's in love with you. I'd say he never got over you." Rachel shook her head. "He broke up with me." "That was his mistake," Lisa said, "and he probably knows that now." Rachel giggled. "You make me laugh, Lisa." "I'm glad you're here." Lisa took a sip of her coffee. "Well, that makes one of us. Don't get used to it. I'll be gone as soon as Harry gets over his sulky mood. He must be in a country where they don't have much internet reception." "Either that or he doesn't want to contact you," Rachel thought. She couldn't be so nasty as to say that to her sister. "Have you ever thought about coming back to the community?" Lisa threw her head back and laughed. "Don't be ridiculous. I never heard of anything so crazy. Besides, Harry would never join." "I'm not talking about Harry. I'm talking about you. You could find a nice Amish man and have a lovely family together with him." "Didn't work out so well for you." A look of horror washed over Lisa's face when she realised what she had said. "Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean anything by it." "I know, but it wouldn't be like that for you. Things always work out well for you, and you could meet someone lovely." "Like who?" "I don't know." Rachel thought hard as she sipped her tea. There wasn't anybody that she could think of that would be suitable for Lisa. "It will be so exciting going shopping together. This will be the first time you have gone out since—" "I know," Rachel bit her lip. "I've been out once or twice and that's all. Never into town. I'm just worried about the reporters. There was one at the gate today and he wasn't there for long. The bishop said he'd write something for me. A thank you to release to the press for all the generous people. I hope he's done it by now. You certainly did well out of it." Again, her sister was less than caring with her comments, but that was just the way Lisa was. "I don't know what I'm going to do if Harry doesn't call me soon." Lisa started sniffling. "Have you prayed about it?" Lisa's bottom lip pouted. "I don't pray anymore. I don't really believe in it." "Perhaps if you did it would make a difference." "Maybe, but then I'd have to feel guilty about so many things." Lisa sighed. I don't think that's true. Whatever. I don't really want to talk about praying. Lisa sipped her coffee. Let's talk about Nathan. He certainly looks good this morning. You're certainly talking about Nathan a lot. That's because he's over here a lot. He's over here most of the time. He's been here every day since I've been here. He likes to help and feel useful, so that's good for me. How about I cook the dinner tonight? Lisa offered. Okay, thanks, that would be good. And I might invite Nathan over too. That's good, and Eunice. I wasn't talking about Eunice, I was just talking about Nathan. But then again, you might be right. If we have Eunice over here, she can talk to you while I'm talking to Nathan. What? If you're not interested in him, surely I can explore my options. Are you teasing me again? I might be. When they heard the sounds of a buggy, Lisa jumped up to look out the window. It's your other boyfriend. Rachel frowned at her sister. What? Neil. Rachel walked to the door, made sure there were no reporters to be seen, and headed to his buggy. Hello, Neil. He got out of his buggy and pulled some newspapers with him. I've got something to show you. They're printed already? He tipped his hat back slightly on his head, and Rachel watched his gaze travel to Nathan's buggy. Yes. Come inside. No. He stepped closer and lowered his voice. Rachel, I know you might not be ready to take the next step in your life, but meanwhile my life is on hold waiting for your decision. Her fingertips touched her mouth. Oh. She didn't know how to respond. Was he accusing her of being selfish? I don't want you to put your life on hold. Do I have a chance with you? That's all I'm asking. She liked him and maybe they could have a future together. Nathan had already had a chance and lost her. I honestly don't know. He handed the newspapers to her. Then I honestly can't wait around town until you figure it out. She was horrified at his response. He looked again at the buggy. You've got someone here? Nathan is doing work in the barn. You could have asked me to do it. I've decided to head up north. There's a story I want to cover. It seems there's nothing to keep me here. Oh, and I should tell you it wasn't me who paid for Stephen's funeral. In an instant she knew in her heart that Nathan had paid for it. She opened her mouth to speak, but before she could, he was back in his buggy. When she turned to head back to the house, she saw Lisa in the doorway. You heard? Yeah. Lisa walked out to her, put her arm around her, and together they walked back to the house. I don't want to read the article. Will you read it for me? Tell me if it's dreadful. I would have thought he would have allowed me to read it before he sent it off to be published. Lisa took the bundle of newspapers from her. Yeah, I'll read them. Don't be upset by him. He didn't sound caring or even nice. It was all about him. You deserve so much better. Thank you, Lisa. Rachel sat on the couch while Lisa read the articles in the different Amish papers. Same article. He's a good writer. He just told it like it was. Nothing in it that we don't already know. Good. Lisa stood and bundled the newspapers under her arm. Why don't I take these to the trash, then make you a cup of hot tea before we go into town? Rachel nodded. When the two sisters were heading to town, a car pulled across the driveway and blocked their buggy's way, preventing them from getting onto the road. A reporter jumped out and ran to the buggy. Mrs. Kiem, do you have anything you'd like to say about the shooting? Chapter 14. Rachel's heart pounded hard, and she knew she had to say something or it'd be rude. I'd like to thank all the people who've been so kind and supportive toward me. Lisa leaned across her to yell at the reporter, Move your car! Yes, we will. He yelled over his shoulder to his driver to move the car, but it stayed put. And what kind of sentence are you hoping the shooter gets? Rachel opened her mouth. She didn't want to think about the shooter. Lisa intervened, firmly saying, "Move your car now or we're calling the police." She pulled out her cell phone and showed it to him. Nathan yelled out, "Hey!" The girls looked at him and saw him running down the driveway waving his arms. The reporter gave a wave to the driver and they moved out of the way. "Are you two okay?" "Yeah." "Go now. If they harass you, pull off the road." "I've got my cell phone." "Call 911 if there's any funny business." "I will." Nathan took a final look around. "Go now." Once they were driving past the car that had blocked them, the driver jumped out with a camera. Lisa lifted a blanket to block them from having their photos taken. "That was just awful," Rachel said. "You did really well under the circumstances." "Did I?" "Yes." Before they got to town, they had more press following them in cars. "That man called the others, I'd reckon." "I can't face them, Lisa. I'll let you out in town and give you money for a taxi back home." "But I've been looking forward to this." "I can't. I just can't." Rachel dropped Lisa off in town and headed back home. All the way there, she was hoping no one would block her way into her property. A car had followed her half of the way into town, and it was still following her. Thankfully, when she reached her property, the other reporters had gone. The other car, the one following her, just drove on. She was able to unhitch the buggy without fear of being photographed from the bottom of the drive. Nathan wasn't anywhere to be seen. The whole experience made her think twice about living alone. Would she feel more secure if she married? Yeah, she would. But she couldn't marry a man just so she could have someone to protect her. Rachel tended to her horse and then went into her house, hoping for at least a few hours of peace. She sat down with a basket of potatoes and started scraping off the skins. They'd had plans to invite Nathan and Eunice for dinner, but now she was too shaken to have guests. An hour after Rachel had arrived home, Lisa walked in and slammed the door, and then she didn't come into the kitchen like she usually did. "Is that you, Lisa?" "Yes." From the sound of her voice, Rachel knew that there was something wrong, again. She left the peeling of the vegetables and went to see what the trouble was. She saw something in her sister's hands, and Lisa looked like she was reading. "What is it?" Rachel asked as she sat down next to her. "Here, read it. I printed it out so you can see it." Rachel looked it over. "It's an email?" "He finally wrote back to me." Rachel knew what he had written wasn't what Lisa was hoping for. It was a dreadful email telling Lisa to stop emailing him and to stop leaving messages on his phone, and that he wasn't coming back to her and she was not to contact him. He would contact her through a third party when he got back into the country so she could collect her things through an intermediary. It also told Lisa that they hadn't been living together long enough for her to claim any kind of spousal support. Rachel looked up at Lisa, and Lisa immediately burst into tears. "This is my worst nightmare. He means it this time. He's left me." Rachel licked her lips and put the printed email down on the coffee table. Maybe it's for the best. Through tear-filled eyes, Lisa looked at her sister. "Don't you see? Have you been listening to a word I've said these past days? I'm in love with him. I'll never feel like this about anybody else. He was the only one for me." "But you deserve someone who loves you just as much as you love him." "He used to. Someone has turned him against me, and I reckon it would be Venus, his assistant. I reckon she's been plotting this for months." "You can't care about him anymore if he's treated you like this. I know it's hard, but you have to put him out of your mind." "Once he sees me, he'll change his mind. I'll see him again when I go to collect my things." "Not according to the email." "But he'll be back in the country," he said, "so I'll go to see him." Rachel shook her head. I don't think that would be wise given the tone of the email. Just go and get your things, and you can keep them here. You have furniture, you said. I do. Well, the barn will be fully waterproofed, so you can keep your things in there. Thanks, I appreciate it. I really do. I don't know what I'd do if I didn't have you. That's something you're never going to have to worry about. Rachel gulped hard. Just as long as it's okay with the bishop. I knew it! The bishop's going to make you turn me out of the house, and then where will I go? Remember what Mam used to say? I know. Don't cross your bridges before you come to them. We all do it. One worry leads to another, which leads to another. Most of the time, we worry about things that never happen. What a waste of time and energy that is. Lisa wiped her face. I know, you're right, Lisa sighed. I just feel that this is something that I will never get over. Rachel didn't say anything. Sometimes it was as though her sister didn't realise she was talking to a woman who'd actually lost her husband. Stephen wasn't a boyfriend who'd treated her badly and given her false promises. Stephen was her husband, the father of their soon-to-be-born child, and now he would never know their child, and their child would never know who his father was, and she would have to raise the child alone. That was sadness, not losing a boyfriend such as Harry. In Rachel's opinion, losing Harry was more of a blessing. I might make a chamomile tea and go to bed. It's still early and I haven't even finished preparing the vegetables for the evening meal. I'm not hungry. I wouldn't be surprised if I could never eat again. She took a bottle of pills out of her purse and took 2 with a glass of water. You should stop popping those pills. They can't be good for you. I don't care. Right now, I don't care if I live or die. That's a dreadful thing to say. It's not. Life is not worth living without him. I don't even want to carry on. Don't worry about me and don't cook any dinner for me. I'm going to bed. Lisa left Rachel and walked up the stairs. Rachel was a little annoyed and felt that Lisa could be a bit more sympathetic to how she was feeling. Lisa wasn't helping her, she was a burden. It was a burden, but one she felt she had to endure. Tomorrow, at the Sunday meeting, she would mention to the bishop that Lisa might be staying longer. Hopefully, he'd allow her to stay there for a few months or weeks, or however long it took for her to get herself together. It was Rachel's greatest wish that Lisa might come back to the community, and now there seemed a glimmer of hope. Life on the outside wasn't quite as bright and shiny for Lisa as it once was. Lisa had done a lot of things. She'd travelled much of the world, and with all that out of her system, she could settle down to marry a nice Amish man. Lisa appeared in the kitchen and filled a glass of water. I don't suppose you'd want to come to the meeting tomorrow? No, snapped Lisa. Chapter 15. After the meeting, when everyone was eating and talking to one another, Rachel talked with Claire about her plans for Lisa. What we need is a man to match Lisa with, but it needs to be a good love match. Honestly, I can't think of a single person. How old is she now? 29. Claire shook her head. The only man I can think of who is around her age is Bruno Yoda, and let's face it, he's a bit of an eccentric. Rachel nodded. He didn't come to every meeting, or maybe he did and Rachel just hadn't noticed. Does anyone know why he's like that? No. He was quiet, kept to himself, and usually didn't say 2 words. The day he'd come with the bishop to talk to her about Stephen's funeral, she'd heard what seemed to be his year's supply of words. He'd be no good after she's been with Harry for so many years. From what she's told me, Harry is a larger-than-life personality. We need someone exciting and vibrant, someone who will get her thinking about coming back into the community. Dangle a piece of bait in front of her and then she'll start thinking about God. Yeah, maybe we could. How do you mean? I don't know. I don't have a plan. I think she'd come back for a man if we could find the right man, and the right man could lead her back to God, I hope. Claire looked over Rachel's shoulder and then, "Shh, here comes Bishop Paul. I'll see you later." Before she could say anything, Claire had walked away. Rachel swung around. "Hello, Bishop Paul. I was going to find you later because I want to talk to you about a few things." He gave her a big smile and then ran a hand through his greying dark beard. "I have prepared a statement for you to the press." "Did you? Thank you. I did talk to a reporter yesterday, but a prepared statement's a much better idea. I think the babble I said was something that they wouldn't print." He opened his Bible and pulled out a sheet of paper, and she read it. It was everything she would have said, thanking everyone for the kind donations. She looked up at him and handed it back. "That's just perfect. I wish I could say things like that, but I'm no good with words." "I wasn't before I was a bishop, but I've had a lot of practice." He smiled again. "That was one of the things I wanted to talk to you about. And the other thing is Lisa. She's been staying at my house, and I just wondered if it's all right with you if she stays a little longer than I first thought she might." His bushy eyebrows rose slightly. "How long will she be there?" "Till she gets her life back together. She's just had a broken relationship and she's putting back the pieces. She's not in a good way." "How is it for you having her there?" "I'm pleased for the company and the distraction. All her problems take my mind off my own." "I don't mind if she stays with you, but it wouldn't be a good idea if it was for too long." "I understand. She wouldn't want to stay there too long anyway. I'm praying that she'll come back to us." He nodded, but from his lack of reaction, she thought he didn't hold out much hope for that. "And how are you coping with everything else?" "I'm really fine as I can be with what has happened. Eunice and Nathan have been a really big help." He nodded. "And the reporters are leaving you alone?" "Every couple of days I see one car in particular hanging around the gate, and they have the big cameras. That's why I'm so happy that you have made that statement, because I do want to thank people, but I'm not comfortable talking to the press, and I don't want to be on camera. I'm quite overwhelmed by how caring people outside the community have been toward me. They don't even know me." The bishop nodded. "Tragedy brings people together sometimes, and it often brings out the best in people." Rachel nodded. The next day, Joanne the midwife came to Rachel's house. It was Rachel's regular appointment. Joanne had called to tell her she'd stop in, rather than Rachel driving to her place, because she had other errands to handle in town. After she'd taken Rachel's blood pressure, Rachel lay down on the couch and Joanne pressed her stomach to evaluate the baby's development. "Everything seems good, and the baby seems the right size with how far along you are." "That's good." Joanne helped her sit up. "Why do you look worried, Joanne?" "It's just that I would like you to have a backup midwife." "Why's that? I don't want anyone else." "I have a few mothers with babies due around the same time. It's very unlikely that you'll all go into labour at exactly the same time, but I don't want you to be caught out. Don't be alarmed, it's just a precaution." Rachel could hear her heart pounding in her chest. Joanne was the only midwife she wanted. "How do I go about getting a backup one?" "I can give you a few names and you can talk to them and see who you like. See who's a good fit for you." "Okay. I'll see you next month, but don't hesitate to call if you've any concerns." Just after Joanne left, Lisa came bursting through the front door from her trip to town. "It's Harry. He's apologised and wants me to come back." Rachel stared at Lisa's excited face. "And you'd go back to him just like that?" "Of course I would. I told you I'm in love with him, and I've never felt like that about anybody else, ever. We belong together." "Did you find out if he was off with someone else?" "That doesn't matter anymore. It's all in the past." "Not too far in the past," Rachel countered. "I'd really hoped you'd be here for my baby's birth." "Well, I'm sorry, but I can't now. You really couldn't expect me to travel that far for one day and travel back again. You can always stay here overnight." "I just can't do it, and we'll probably be in Venice by that time, sailing down the waterways in a gondola." "A gondola?" "Yes, it's a longboat, and the man stands up and puts a stick in the water and... Anyway, it's way too hard to explain. It's all very romantic." "Stop for a moment." Rachel leaned against the wall. "I don't understand how he could say the words just like that, and then you go back to him." "That's just the way it is." "I just can't believe it." Rachel walked over and sat herself down on the couch. "Don't be so judgmental. I just want the best for you." "Good, then we want the same thing." "He locked you out of your apartment with all your things and with all your money inside. He didn't even care that he left you with nothing." "Well, he might have had something else going on at the time. He's very busy and he gets very stressed." "Just tell me, has he hit you more than that one time?" Lisa scowled. "I thought you'd be happy for me." "And I would be happy for you if I thought Harry was any good for you. But he is not. Can't you see that?" Lisa planted her hands firmly on her hips. "I didn't think you'd be like this. Just because you've lost your man, you want me to lose mine as well." Rachel stared at her with her mouth open. She couldn't believe her sister had said something so horrible and insensitive. "Stephen would never have hit me, and if he did, it would have been over." Lisa scoffed. "I don't believe that. If he'd done that, you would have stayed with him. He probably didn't hit you, but it's just not normal. If he hit you, he has no respect for you. He's locked you out and left you a note. He doesn't respect you. I don't know why you have such a hard time saying no to that man." "I see that you're in a very bad mood. I just came to say goodbye. I'll get my things from upstairs. I've called for another taxi and it'll be here any minute." Lisa headed up the stairs. Rachel stood at the bottom of the stairs and yelled after her. "I'm not in a bad mood. I'm just worried about you, that's all. And I think you're making a mistake, and I'm trying to make you see it." It was too late to make her see sense. Lisa had slammed the bedroom door behind her and was making her way back down the stairs. She walked past Rachel with her nose in the air. When she opened the front door, she yelled out, "The taxi's here! Bye!" It was as though she didn't care at all. She only cared about Harry and herself. Rachel got to the door in enough time to see the taxi heading down the driveway. She stepped back into the house and closed the door. She had dreamed of such big plans for her sister, but then she realised that Lisa had to make her own choices and decisions about things. Lisa was only gone an hour when there was a knock on her door. Rachel looked out the window to see that it was a reporter. Chapter 16. She hurried to the kitchen and hid, hoping he'd go away, thinking no one was home. He then worked his way around the house, knocking on the windows. She opened the front door and stepped outside once she saw there was no one with a camera. "Hello?" The reporter appeared and walked toward her. She knew he was a reporter from the anxious look on his face, the same hungry expression as she'd seen on all the others. "There you are, Mrs. Kiem. I'm sorry, but I'm not giving interviews. My bishop has given my statement to the press and I've already given my story to another person. I'm not here about that. I'm here to see if you have a comment about your sister's interview." "Her what?" He pulled a newspaper from his satchel and there was an article with a picture of her sister. Lisa had given an interview about her upbringing as an Amish child. There was a little section down at the bottom about Stephen, his expectant wife, and the robbery. She handed the paper back to the reporter. "Did she do this? Is this real?" "She gave us an interview and I thought you might like to add something to it." "No, but I'm thankful to everyone for their prayers and kind donations. Thank you." He stepped closer. "Nothing to say?" She was fearful and quickly closed the door on him and latched it. She stood against the locked door and found her hands were shaking. Why had Lisa done that? From what she'd read, it wasn't a positive story. The sound of a horse and buggy immediately brought relief. She raced to the window and saw Nathan. He stopped the buggy, having words with the reporter who was walking back to his car. She hurried to the door and opened it when Nathan stepped on the porch. "You okay? Was he harassing you?"
She nodded. A little.
Lisa gave them an interview. She's left for good, but I didn't know about the interview until just now. It was all about her upbringing and the parts I read were heavily exaggerated. She can say what she likes about herself, but I don't like her talking about me. She looked down at her trembling hands. My parents would be horrified. He put his arm around her and moved her into the house. "You need a cup of hot tea, or would you prefer a nice hot cup of milk?" "I don't know what I feel like. I don't feel safe in my own home." She bit her tongue when she heard the words spill out of her mouth. "Come and stay with Mum for as long as you like," he said. Rachel smiled. "It's very kind of you to offer, but I couldn't." "I'm fine here. It's just that I was caught off guard." She managed to smile. "After all, you've done so much work on the place." They both laughed. "I'll be fine. I just had a shock. I'm so glad you've done all the work on this place, Stephen." "Oh, I mean Nathan." She felt dreadful calling him Stephen, and she hung her head as tears spilled out of her eyes. He guided her to the couch. "Things will get better. I know that everything is awful at this time." "I hope so. I really do hope things will get better." "Did the reporter say where he was from? What newspaper?" She shook her head. "I don't know. If he did, I missed it." "Do you mind if I use your phone?" "That's okay. I'll try to find out who it was." He headed to the door when all she wanted him to do was stay and sit with her. "What will you do then?" "Don't worry about it." He rushed out the door and she was left alone. He was gone for several minutes, and when he came back through the front door, he smiled, and Rachel felt calmer. "I don't think anyone will be bothering you any more," he said. "Really?" She moved in her seat to face him. He sat down next to her. "Yes." "What did you—" "Don't worry about it." "No, you must tell me." "I found out who it was and I spoke to his supervisor. They're going to tell that reporter to stay away from you." "They are?" "They are." All I had to do was ask. "I'm glad you came when you did, but I haven't even asked why you're here. Is everything all right?" "Everything is fine." "Were you just passing?" "Eunice wanted me to ask if you'd stay with her at least until after the birth, and with Lisa gone, it can't be nice, you being here all on your own." "Thank you, that's very kind of her, but I really want to make it on my own. I have to be strong for the baby. Can you understand that?" "I can, but I will ask you one thing." "What's that?" "If you ever need anything, anything at all, you need to call me, no matter how small or how large." "Well, there is one thing you and Eunice might be able to help with." He chuckled. "Finally, I feel like I might be of some use. What is it?" "I talked to Joanne, the midwife, and she told me she has a lot of babies due to be born around the same time as mine. She suggested that I get another midwife as a standby just in case I go into labour at the same time as one of the other ladies. I know Eunice was a midwife and I was going to ask." She'd love to. She twirled the strings of her prayer cap between her nervous fingers. "Do you think so?" "I'm sure of it. Nothing would give her greater pleasure than to be there and assist her grandchild to come into the world. Tears came into Rachel's eyes. It'll work out well for both of us. Yeah, it does. That's one problem fixed, if Mum agrees. I'll take you over there now and you can ask her yourself. Okay, thank you. She was pleased she wouldn't be alone for the next few hours. On the way to his mother's house, Rachel tried to find out how long Nathan was staying. He wouldn't give her a definite answer. Chapter 17. Several weeks passed and Rachel had heard nothing from Lisa, and all her calls to her sister's number had gone unanswered. The baby's due date was a week away, and she'd been having slight contractions for a week. Joanne told her these were only practice contractions, and she'd know when the real ones came. It was just at dusk on a Tuesday when stronger pains came, but were they true labour pains or was something wrong with the baby? How was she to know? She waited for the current pain to pass, grabbed a flashlight and hurried out to the barn. She called Joanne's beeper number, which she'd learned by heart. No one answered. She put the phone down and took a deep breath and dialed again. This time Joanne answered. Joanne, it's Rachel. Hi, have the pains increased? Yes, they have, but how do I know if I'm in labour? Have Eunice check on you. I'm at Sadie's house delivering her twins and it looks like I'll be here all night. Oh, thank you. I'll call Eunice. The line went dead and Rachel hung up the receiver. She wanted Joanne to deliver her baby. Every time she'd imagined the birth, Joanne was there. Being alone and having a change of plans both made her feel nervous. Telling herself it was for the best, she dialed Eunice's number. When Nathan answered, she said, Nathan, I need your mother urgently. The baby's coming. Now? Already? Yes, quick. She can't come. She's got another of her migraines. I had to get the doctor and he's only just left after medicating her. He said she'd be asleep for hours. Is the doctor still there? No, he's gone. Shall I call an ambulance for you? Rachel took a moment to calm herself. No, they say first births can take a long time, sometimes even days. What can I do? She could feel heat rise to her cheeks. I don't know. What about Joanne? She's in the middle of delivering twins. What am I to do? I'm without a midwife. I'll pick you up and take you to the hospital. A taxi will be quicker. No, I'd rather just go in a buggy if you can take me. I'd feel better if we go by taxi. No, please don't argue with me. I'll be over as soon as I can. What about your mother if she wakes? She won't, but I'll leave a note for her anyway. The doctor gave her something to make her sleep. She'll be out for hours. Thank you, thank you. Just breathe, Rachel, breathe. She hung up the phone's receiver, wondering why he told her to breathe. She took a step and was gripped by another contraction. She counted the length as best she could. It was the same length as the other ones had been. I think that was a contraction, a proper one. And now I know why he said breathe. She placed her hand over her stomach. It looks like you're going to be born in the hospital, little one. The baby gave her an answering kick, which pleased Rachel. She'd felt very little movement in the past few days. The midwife had told her that might happen as the baby settled in, ready to enter the birth canal. When Nathan arrived, she was ready, with a bag in which she'd thrown a few clothes and a few outfits and a blanket for the baby. A wave of another contraction came over her, this time a little stronger. She hung on to the post of the porch and he jumped out of the buggy and hurried over. He stood there waiting and she was grateful that he didn't speak. When she straightened up, he grabbed hold of her bag, which she had dropped on the porch. All ready to go? She nodded. I'm ready. I called the hospital and they said to come in when your contractions are 15 minutes apart. We had better make a move then, because we're already there. I don't fancy delivering this baby on the side of the road by myself. Are you sure we shouldn't? We'll be okay if we leave now.
Now that she was used to the idea of the baby being born in the hospital and travelling there by buggy, she wanted to go along with that. When they drove over a few bumps in the road, Nathan glanced over at her. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." "I'll be okay. You just concentrate on the driving." He looked back at the road. "That's exactly what I'm doing." He glanced in his rearview mirror. "A car's coming up fast. I'm going to move over slightly to let him pass." Rachel knew that was the best thing to do with aggressive drivers, and there were many that didn't think buggies should share their roads. As he moved over to the side of the road, the car accelerated and came alongside. Then there was a large flash. "It's the press." He waved them on, but they kept flashing their camera. "Easy, Baron, easy." Nathan continued speaking to his horse, attempting to keep him from panicking. As the car suddenly took off, they veered too close to the horse, and to prevent him being hit, Nathan used the reins to pull Baron away. The horse, spooked by having the car too close, moved so fast that the buggy veered off the road into a ditch. The car zoomed away, leaving the buggy in the ditch at a steep angle. 2 other cars passed and didn't stop. "Are you okay?"
Chapter 18.
Rachel's immediate fear was for her baby. She reached down and touched her stomach. She was okay. "I am, I think." "Are you sure you're okay?" "I think so, just a little jolted." She put her hands on her stomach. "I'm okay." He took off his hat and ran a hand through his hair. "How are we going to get to the hospital?" Something's happening. "What?" "The baby. I can feel it coming. I have to push. Push." "Now?" "I don't know. I think so. Oh, my water broke." She couldn't talk anymore as she was overcome with a tremendous urge to push. "We have to get you out of the buggy." She couldn't speak and wanted to stay put. As soon as the contraction eased, Nathan pulled her carefully toward him and helped her out his side of the buggy. Rachel was relieved to hear the sound of an ambulance just as Nathan placed her on the ground. She hoped it was for her. Nathan jumped out onto the road and flagged them down, and they stopped in front of him. 2 medics hurried over. "She's having a baby. Her water just broke and she wants to push." One paramedic grabbed Nathan and pulled him out of the way while the other one grabbed an armload of gear and tended to her. Soon they were joined by another paramedic who joined the woman working with her. 2 more contractions came, and then, with one large push, her baby was delivered into the hands of one of the paramedics. The area was lit only by the ambulance headlights. Rachel was relieved when, a second later, she heard the sound of her baby crying. "You have a baby girl," one of the paramedics said. "A girl?" "Yes." Her baby was placed on her chest and they were both covered with a warm blanket. She ran her hands all over her baby's smooth, wet skin. She was perfect. "We need to get you both properly checked over at the hospital." The baby was so tiny and her face looked quite wrinkled. She looked over when she heard Nathan being asked her name and other questions and realised he'd asked the paramedic to help him unhitch Baron. "What's your name?" the woman paramedic asked her. "It's Rachel Keem." "I'm Jenny. That's Jake, and Oscar is the one talking to your husband." "Thank you." She didn't have the strength to point out Nathan wasn't her husband. "Are you sure she's all right?" "She's got very strong lungs, and that's always a good sign." Rachel was happy but still a little in shock at the fast birth. "I thought this would take hours." "Everyone's different. Would your husband like to cut your baby's cord?" Nathan stepped closer. She's not my baby. She's my nephew. My niece." He chuckled at his silly mistake while shifting his weight from one foot to the other. "Would you like to cut the cord anyway?" Rachel asked, since if it weren't for him, she would be home alone delivering the baby by herself. Besides that, he was one of the closest living relatives to her baby. He knelt down beside her. "I would, but I'm scared of the wrong. There's no wrong way." The paramedic passed him the scissors and then held the umbilical cord. "Cut between here and here." Rachel watched him smile as he took the scissors.
He glanced at Rachel and she gave him a nod of encouragement. He cut the cord and the paramedic clamped it close to the baby's navel. "I'm an uncle. And I'm a mother. I can't believe it. I have a daughter, and all along I thought she'd be a boo." She looked down at her. "Hello, my baby." After a few more moments, Rachel was lifted into the back of the ambulance. She called out to Nathan. "Your horse, Nathan. You must stay and look after Baron." Nathan shook his head. "He's not doing too good. He's in pain." He turned to the paramedics. "Can I please borrow a phone?" As they passed him a cell phone, he said to Rachel, "Bruno's a genius with horses. He'll know how extensive the damage is. I'll wait here with the horse until he gets here." "Yes, please do that." He walked away and made the call. "If everything's all right once you're both checked over, you and your baby can go home." "Thank you." As they were closing the doors of the ambulance, she heard Nathan call out, "I'll be in to see you as soon as I can." The baby and Rachel were checked over and they were both fine. She was told they could go home or she could choose to stay the night. A powerful feeling of loneliness and fear came over her. She was now responsible for another life, and there was no one with whom to share that responsibility. Just as the hospital staff member was waiting for an answer, she saw Nathan come in looking flustered. He had his hat in his hand. "It looks like my ride is here." "Going home?" the nurse asked. "Yes, I'm going home. I'll just need you to sign some paperwork. I'll be back in a moment." Rachel couldn't have been more pleased to see Nathan. He saw her at the end of the curtained-off section and headed toward her. "How are you?" "I'm fine, and the baby is too." Nathan stared down at the baby girl in the hospital crib. "She's beautiful. Just beautiful." "I know, she truly is. I can't believe how fast everything happened. You nearly gave me a heart attack," he chuckled. "I need to get to the bottom of who forced us off the road." He rubbed his forehead. "Mum won't believe this when she wakes." "Yes, she's almost certainly slept all the way through it. How's Baron?" "Bruno said he'll be fine. It was his left foreleg that was strained. Bruno took care of getting him back to my barn for me." "He can recover from that?" "Bruno says so. Good as new with rest and the right therapy." "Good. Are you ready to go home?" "Yes, just as soon as they bring me some paperwork to sign." "While we're waiting, do you want me to call anyone?" "In that bag I've got a list of people. Do you mind calling Lisa first?" "Sure. I don't mind." He picked up the bag and handed it to her, and she pulled out her list of numbers. "I might stay the night. They offered that to me. It's just that this is my firstborn, so I'm not confident in what to do." He looked up from the list of numbers. "Sure, I can understand how you feel." "Stay if you feel better doing that, and I'll come back tomorrow." "Do you mind?" He smiled. "Whatever you want to do is all right with me." He reached down and gave her a gentle kiss on her forehead. "Thank you, Nathan." "I'll call these people on my way out of the hospital." Rachel nodded and watched him walk away. Then her gaze dropped to her small miracle, all tightly bundled and sleeping peacefully, and she sent up a prayer of thanks. Chapter 19. When Nathan brought her home the next afternoon, Eunice and Lisa were there waiting for her. They all fussed over her and the baby, and when Eunice started fixing a pot of tea in the kitchen and Nathan had gone outside to chop firewood, Rachel took the opportunity to talk with Lisa. "Lisa, what were you doing, talking to the press?" "I have kept away from them for months, and then you told them things about my private life." "Relax. They wanted to know about me, not you." "Now, can I see my baby niece?" As Rachel passed the baby over, she knew she couldn't continue putting up with her sister's nonsense. Not when she had the baby to look after. Her sister was too demanding, and she didn't consider others before acting or speaking. "What are you going to call her?" "Lisa?" Rachel shook her head. "Definitely not Lisa." "Relax. I was only joking.
I know you'd have some weird and fancy name you'd want to call her." "I don't want to call her anything weird. I just want her to have a nice name." "I was thinking of calling her Sylvia after Mum." "No, I don't like it." "Why not?" "For obvious reasons. It's an old person's name. She's so small. I can't wait to have one of my own, and I will soon." "Are you pregnant?" "No, but as soon as Harry and I get back together, I'll tell him I want a baby. That will cement our relationship." "You're not with Harry? Again?" The baby opened her eyes and looked around. "Oh, she's looking at me," Lisa said, ignoring the question. "They told me that babies can't see too well in the early days." Lisa's face brightened. "I tell you, she's looking right at me. This isn't just some average baby. This is a super duper baby. I can tell." Rachel laughed. It was good to see Lisa so happy. She hadn't seen this side of her sister for years. "And what experience have you had with babies?" Now she pouted. "You continue to make me upset. I don't do any such thing." "Just forget it." "Well, anyway, you'll have to give the baby a name sooner or later." Rachel nodded. "I'm thinking about it. It's just got to be the right fit for her. I need to get a sense of who she is and who she's like and that kind of thing. Blackie loves her and he's not jealous at all." "Oh, Rachel." "He's only a cat." "Anyway, I see not much has changed. Nathan is still doing everything you want. You two are always together. Is there something you want to tell me?" "No, but what a blessing that he was there when I needed someone to drive me to the hospital. I didn't know she was coming so quickly, and I'm only here just a couple of days. I know no one wants me around here, so I'll be gone soon. I just wanted to come here and see my niece. I reckon a year from now you'll be married to Neil or Nathan. They're both in love with you. It doesn't take a genius to see that Rachel did her best to hush Lisa because Eunice was only in the kitchen. She'd thought Neil seemed more like a lonely man who saw her sudden widowhood as the solution to his problem, rather than like a man who was in love with her. And she still didn't know what to think about Nathan. When they heard a buggy, Lisa got up, still with the baby in her arms, to look outside. "Here comes the bishop. He can't tell me what to do because I'm no longer a member of the community, so I don't even have to speak to him if I don't want. He might tell me that you can't stay here after what you said to the media." Lisa carefully sat back down. "You're a free person. He can't tell you what to do, or are you living in a cult?" "That's exactly what you told the reporter, isn't it?" "No, it isn't. I never said it was a cult. It was them. They used the words cult-like existence. I never once said it was one, but..." She didn't get to finish her sentence before the bishop knocked on the door. "I'll get it." Lisa gave the baby to Rachel and then opened the door to see both Nathan and the bishop. "Lisa! I'm surprised to see you back here after that newspaper article. It made our community look dreadful." "I didn't say half those things. They made them all up." His bushy eyebrows drew together. "Why would you speak to them at all?" "Because I can do what I want. Nobody owns me. I can do what I want any time of the day because I am not in your community anymore." "Come and see the baby," Nathan said, guiding the bishop further into the house. The bishop's gaze dropped to the baby in Rachel's arms. "She's so beautiful." "Might I have a hold?" Rachel passed the baby over to the bishop after he'd sat down next to her. "There's nothing more precious a gift from God than a baby." He stared, smiling at the baby for a moment, before he looked up to see Eunice coming out of the kitchen. After he greeted her, he said, "Rachel, can I speak with you in private?" "Perhaps in the kitchen?" "Sure." "Will you have tea or coffee?" Eunice asked the bishop as she set the tray of tea items down. "No, it's just a quick visit." The bishop handed the baby to Eunice, and Rachel walked with him into the kitchen, knowing what he was going to say. At the far side of the kitchen, he spoke in a low voice.
Lisa has made a lot of trouble for us. And now there's press also camped outside my door and a few others in the community. We don't want attention like this."
I know, and I understand.
I do. I think they knew when the baby was due, and that's why they've come back after leaving us alone for weeks. The bishop nodded. It seems so. What are you going to do about Lisa? Do you want me to ask her to leave? Rachel was still feeling a little weak, so she pulled out a chair and sat down. The bishop sat too. How long does she plan on staying with you? I'm not sure. Days, months, or years? Rachel gave a nervous chuckle. I don't think it'll be years. Maybe a day or two. I'll leave the decision with you. I know you'll do the right thing. Rachel knew what the bishop meant by that. He meant that he wanted Rachel to tell Lisa to leave her house. Is there anything that you need done? Joan is coming later with a casserole. That would be wonderful. Nathan has done so many things to help me. I think we're okay. He gave her a sincere smile. Don't you hesitate to ask if you need anything. Everyone wants to help you and your new baby. I know, and I appreciate it. It's just not easy to ask for things sometimes. But I've never needed to ask. Everyone's been so generous. I know that. You must ask for help when you need it. Just as you help others in their times of need, you need to take help that is offered. It's a cycle, and God would expect you to ask for help when you need it. She nodded. Okay, thank you for the reminder. He nodded and stood up. I'll see myself out. She followed Bishop Paul back into the living room and saw that Nathan was now cradling the baby in his arms. The bishop said goodbye to them all before he walked out the door. That was short and sweet and a little frosty, Lisa said. What did you expect after what was in the paper? Eunice said. Lisa's jaw dropped open. I told you they made half of it up. And the other half? Rachel asked as she sat back down on the couch. Why can't you ever trust anything I say? Lisa narrowed her eyes at her sister and folded her arms over her chest. It was then that Rachel noticed that Lisa was wearing those tight stovepipe jeans that she favoured and a clingy tee. That wouldn't have impressed the bishop one bit. Eunice sipped her tea. Don't worry about it now. Just give everything a couple of days and I'm sure it will work out, Nathan said. I'm going to my room. Oh, is it still okay if I stay here for a couple of days? Sure. It was a weak reply. She wanted her sister there with her and was grateful that she wouldn't be there alone like she had thought she might be. Do you think so? Lisa asked sarcastically. Yes. Lisa took a cup of coffee up to her room, leaving Rachel with Nathan and Eunice. The baby's so beautiful, Rachel, Eunice smiled as she looked at her son holding her granddaughter. She is, isn't she? I'm sorry I wasn't in any fit state to help you with the birth. That's okay. Nathan was there. Rachel looked over at him. Thank you for being here when I needed you. He flashed her a smile. Always. After their tea, Rachel laid the baby in the crib and walked Nathan and Eunice out the door. When she walked back to the baby, she sat down and stared at her, marvelling at how small and perfect she was. She looked up when she heard Lisa walking down the stairs. I heard that. That lovey-dovey talk. You're in love with him again, aren't you? Don't be ridiculous. I was just thanking him for being there for me. It sounded a bit more serious than that to me, and I heard what the bishop and you were saying. Rachel didn't know if Lisa had actually heard anything or if she was just fishing. And what did I say? The bishop wants you to tell me to go. Well, that's right. It's only normal that he would. Did you expect anything else? Lisa sat heavily on the armchair. I expect you not to be ruled by the bishop. Everything that they said in the paper is not what I said. I don't know why no one believes me. Rachel shook her head. Why did you talk to them in the first place? They were asking me questions. All I did was answer and they made most of it up. Rachel sighed. That's why it would have been better not to say anything. Lisa leaned over the baby. I hope I can always be in her life. Well, Lisa turned her head to look at her sister. Well, what? You will. Lisa leaned back and crossed her feet on the coffee table.
Everything will turn out right for you because you'll probably marry Nathan. You always loved him, but he dumped you just like Harry dumped me, so you should be more understanding of how I feel." Rachel sighed and wished Lisa could get over him. "I'm sorry, Rachel. I know you're only cranky because you've probably got postpartum depression. I've heard about it." "I have not got anything of the kind. I feel perfectly fine. Anyway, whether you do or you don't, I know it can't be easy having a baby and being without the father. It's not. It's not easy at all. I'm sorry. I don't want to be mean, Lisa, but can you see how hard it's been for me? I know you have been through a rough patch, but I can't help thinking you brought most of it on yourself." "How have I done that?" "You left the community and you—" There was a knock on the door and Rachel got up to answer it while Lisa said, "That's right. I left the community, and why shouldn't I leave the community? What has the community ever done for me?" Rachel opened the door to see Nathan. She was embarrassed that their argument was playing out in front of another person. "Just a moment, Nathan." Rachel turned to Lisa. "Why do you ask, what have I ever done for you?" "I said, what has the community ever done for me?" "You should be asking yourself, what have you ever done for the community, shouldn't you?" Lisa folded her arms across her chest. "There's no use talking about it. You're the one who's speaking nonsense all the time. You're just speaking nonsensical nonsense." When the baby cried, Lisa jumped up and said, "See? You're upsetting the baby. I think she needs to be fed." Rachel walked toward the crib and lifted her daughter into her arms. Nathan interrupted, looking embarrassed by Lisa's contrariness. "I just came back to say that Mum forgot to say she'll bring dinner over to you tonight." "Thank you, Nathan." "In that case, will you both join us for dinner?" He smiled. "Another time, maybe. I will stop by tomorrow when I'm out exercising my horse, Mum's horse." "Everyone brings food all the time," Lisa said from the door of the kitchen. "And we appreciate it," Rachel added. "He's better? Your horse, I mean?" "He'll need rest, careful exercise and ongoing care, massage and such, but Bruno has given me all the instructions. I'll still have to work on him every day for a while." When Lisa walked into the kitchen, Nathan whispered, "I know it's not easy with your sister. She's always been a little demanding, even back when we were all in school. Is she staying on?" "I guess she is, until things work out for her. Until she sorts herself out. She's the only living member of my family, so it's hard for me to ask her to go. I know the bishop will expect me to ask her to leave if she's here for too much longer." The baby cried out again, louder in spite of Rachel's attempts to soothe her. "I'm going," Nathan said, smiling at Rachel and the baby. When Nathan walked out, Rachel sat down on the couch and fed the baby, aware of her own fatigue as she relaxed with her daughter in her arms. "He's gone?" Rachel looked up, realising she'd almost dozed off, and saw Lisa. "Yes, I think I need a nap. She'll sleep after this feeding, and I'll try to rest too." "You can't sleep. Eunice is coming back with a meal, isn't she?" "Not until later. If I'm asleep, can you take it from her?" "She better not say anything else to me, though." I was surprised at her attitude. We've always gotten along well. "Did you hear her? What she said to me?" Rachel shook her head. "I'm sure she won't say any more, but it shouldn't have surprised you. Everyone's pretty upset about what was in the paper." Chapter 20. The next day, Lisa left to go into town just before Nathan and one of his friends arrived to fix something in the barn. Eunice had come with them to visit and help with the baby. The two men headed to the barn and Eunice went into the house. "Where's Lisa?" Eunice asked as Rachel settled herself with her hungry baby in her arms. "She's gone into town." "You didn't ask her to leave?" "No." "Families aren't easy sometimes," said Eunice as she settled into the armchair. "That's what I'm finding," Rachel nodded. "I can't believe all those things she said." "You read it?" "I didn't, but I heard all about it from Molly." Rachel nodded. Molly was one of the Amish gossips, one in a group of ladies who were always passing on news.
Lisa said she didn't say most of it, that it was made up around whatever she did say, said Rachel. Even so, she should have been told not to say a thing. The trouble is, she's free to do whatever she wants to do. No one can stop her. But it shows disrespect for you, and it's only made the reporters worse since then. Rachel patted her baby on the back as she held her over her shoulder awaiting a burp. I know. I saw a few of them down by the gate earlier today. She got up and handed the baby to Eunice. I just wish they'd go away. And they probably would have by now if Lisa hadn't interfered. Eunice cuddled her granddaughter with a contented smile on her face. I know, but there's not much I can do about that now. Wishing won't change anything. I just have to find a way to handle things as they are now. I don't know what I'm going to do about them if they don't go away. The bishop's already given them a statement from me a long time ago. Just ignore them, the same as you have been doing, Eunice said. That's my advice. Yes, I guess that's best. That lamb stew last night was so tasty. Thank you. I'm glad you liked it. It's a favourite of mine. For the next 10 minutes, Rachel heard how the baby's features looked like a long list of Eunice's relatives. Eunice started with the baby having her deceased husband's ears and ended with her mother's toes. There's nothing much of your family about her. Eunice stared at Rachel, tilting her head to one side. I'm sure there will be when she grows up. She might have something of me. You're kind having Lisa stay here, Eunice said. Rachel giggled. Yes, I'm kind sometimes. How long will she be staying, did she say? I'm hoping it will be just a couple more days. Did Nathan tell you that we had a visit from the bishop? Oh, you were here too, that's right. It would be much easier for you if Lisa left of her own accord. Why is she here anyway? Rachel was growing tired of all the talk about Lisa. She couldn't ask her sister to leave, not unless she was told that she absolutely had to, as they had no other close family. To see the baby, but also she's had an on-off relationship with a man called Harry. It's very good when things are good, or so she says, and they fly around the world together and everything. But when things are bad, it's horrible. At the moment, their relationship is off. I haven't heard all the ins and outs of it this time, so I'm not really sure what's going on. I think Lisa hasn't told me the worst of it. I think my sister has become accustomed to the jet-set lifestyle. I see. Well, I'm sure things will work out for her, and you'll get used to being on your own. I'm used to it now after being on my own for years. I certainly hope I will. It's not easy. I mean, I'm grateful to God for my beautiful baby, but I can't help but think, why isn't Stephen here to see how beautiful she is? Maybe he is here. Maybe he's looking down on her right now, standing right by Jesus' side. Rachel nodded. I like to think so. Nathan and David, one of his longtime friends from the community, came to the door. Eunice got up, cradling her granddaughter with one arm, and opened it for them. Nathan called out, Rachel, come here. Lisa's coming home again with... Rachel stood up and looked out the door. Lisa was walking up the drive with Bruno, and they were walking very close together and laughing. It's not just anybody. She's with someone we know, is she? Eunice said as she sat down again, still holding the baby. David said, she looks very close with Bruno. I don't think I've seen him with a woman before. I hope she hasn't been leading anybody astray, Eunice said under her breath. It doesn't look like it to me, Nathan said. Eunice placed the sleeping baby in the crib and stood with them and looked out the door. Lisa laughed when she saw them all looking. When she and Bruno got to the porch, she said, I've tricked you all. I've been keeping a secret from you. Bruno and I are getting married. Rachel could only stare at them. How did that come about? David asked. We got to know each other on my trips into town. I met him in the library. At first it was an accidental meeting,
and then I arranged a meeting with him from time to time on my visits." She glanced up at him adoringly. Bruno smiled shyly, having yet to say anything to the group. "What does it mean?" "Are you coming back to the community?" Eunice asked. "Yes, and I suppose I'm going to have to make amends with the bishop." "Yes, you are. He's not very happy with you," Eunice said. "Yes, I know he's not very happy with me. And I'm not very happy with myself either." "Rachel, you haven't said anything." Lisa looked at her curiously. "I'm in shock." Is this really going to happen? Rachel couldn't wait to hear how it had all come about. She couldn't ask yet, but as soon as everybody left, that was the first thing she was going to find out. What was all that rubbish she had been talking about the community earlier in the morning if she was going to come back to them? And what was up with what she'd told those reporters? There were so many questions she wanted to ask Lisa, and she could barely wait to get them answered. "Isn't anyone going to congratulate us?" Lisa asked, stepping onto the porch in front of Bruno. "Is it truly going to happen?" "We're probably all thinking the same thing. Will the bishop allow this marriage?" Eunice said. "He'll have to. I'll join. I haven't officially ever joined because I've never been baptised. Leave the bishop to me. I know all the rules." Lisa smiled, pleased with herself. "Who is hungry?" Eunice asked everyone. "I've brought enough lunch for everybody." "Yes, please do stay," Lisa said to Bruno. Bruno nodded. "Okay, thank you," he said softly. As they sat and ate their midday meal, Rachel couldn't help wondering what Lisa saw in the shy and awkward Bruno. He was a far cry from the rich and successful Harry, who had the ability to shower gifts on her and take her all over the world. The two lovebirds stayed up and talked too long into the night. Rachel could hardly believe the difference in Bruno when he was with Lisa, but she was exhausted and had to leave them to go to bed. Chapter 21. After her breakfast, Rachel was nursing the baby in the kitchen when Lisa walked into the room. "Lisa, what's going on?" "I've been dying to find out. What happened to Harry?" "I didn't tell you, but this last time I was the one who left." "He doesn't treat me like Bruno treats me." "So you are going to come back to the community for real?" "Yes." Lisa sat down at the kitchen table. "Why do you look so surprised?" "Because of all the things you said to me and what you said to the press. I told you 10 times already it wasn't me. They made that stuff up," she sighed. "And now I'm going to have to explain everything again to the bishop." "Yes, you are." "You will have a lot of explaining to do." Lisa nodded. "I know, but it'll be worth it." "Are you coming back to the community for Bruno, or is it about your relationship with God?" "That'll be the first question he'll ask you." "I know, I thought of that." "It's both, really." "I know you probably don't believe me, but I no longer care what people in the world think." "That's good. I'm glad you don't care what people think, as long as that gets you headed in the right direction." "Really?" "Too many people care what other people think, but not anymore, not me. I've even started to pray again." Rachel gave a happy little chuckle. "That's good. I'm so glad you're coming back and we can be like sisters again. And maybe you'll have a baby soon. Wait, when do you think you will marry?" "It depends on you know who. I don't think the bishop is going to allow us to get married soon. He'll make it long and painful for me." "Well, he can't be too hard on you because you are officially going to become a member of our community." "I know." "So you think he'll go easier on me?" Rachel smiled. "I think so." "Now, tell me exactly what happened. When did you first see Bruno and what attracted you to him?" "What do you mean?" "Don't you find him handsome?" Rachel had to be honest. "Not particularly." "He's okay," Lisa giggled. "I'm joking. I know he's not handsome, but he's not unattractive, and he's got that solid build I love, and he is tall. It's his personality that attracts me." "But he hardly ever talks."
How did you get to know him? He's the person I'd know least in the whole community. I told you we met at the library. Yes. We just locked eyes and he smiled, and then I smiled. I get the idea. He gave me his phone number and I gave him mine. Harry didn't want me to come see your baby, and he grabbed my phone and found the messages from Bruno, and then I told him I was leaving him. Bruno treats me so much better, and Bruno asked me to marry him, and that's something Harry never did. Good. I'm glad. You deserve someone nice. I do, don't I? It took me long enough to figure that out, didn't it? Rachel giggled and Lisa laughed along with her. It was good to hear Lisa laugh, and Rachel realised her prayers regarding Lisa had been answered. A month later. I've come to the end of my work on your house. It's all water safe and ready for the winter, which is now upon us. It all took a little longer than I thought it might. And my horse is healed up as good as new. I can't thank you enough. I know Stephen would be so grateful. He lowered his head. I didn't do it for him. He stared into her eyes. Nervously, she grabbed the strings of her cap and twirled them around her fingers. I need to go back home to help my business partner. He's been doing way too much since I've been gone. I have to carry my share of the work. Yes, I know. You've been gone long enough. Part of me wants to stay. You should go. We'll be fine. Willa and I will be fine. If you ever need anything, just let me know. He stared into her eyes and she wanted to tell him to stay. He'd asked her to marry him and she wondered if he was going to mention that proposal, to say that the offer was still there. Well, what? He gave a soft chuckle. Will you let me know if you ever need anything? I will. When are you leaving? Later today. She couldn't let him leave. She had to give him some kind of hint that her feelings for him had redeveloped, and maybe one day... Nathan... Suddenly they both heard a buggy and someone yelling. They turned and saw a buggy being drawn by a prancing pinto horse and Lisa madly waving one arm while she drove the buggy up the driveway. Nathan turned to her. Forgive me if I don't stay and talk to your sister. I've got the greyhound to catch. I understand. He glanced at Lisa once more. She's certainly taken to her new life like a duck to water. She truly has. Nathan said goodbye and got in his buggy and drove away, passing Lisa with a goodbye and a wave of his hand just as she stopped the buggy near the house. Chapter 22. Lisa jumped out of the buggy and started talking about joining the community and her upcoming marriage to Bruno. She'd already begun dressing much more conservatively, wearing below-the-knee skirts with buttoned, long-sleeved blouses and a kerchief over her hair. I'm happy for you, Lisa. She stared at Nathan's buggy disappearing into the distance. Lisa followed her line of vision. What did he want? He was saying goodbye. What? He's going back to Ohio? Yes. I thought he'd end up staying and the two of you would get married. That's why he was taking so long with all the repairs, I thought. He didn't bother to say goodbye. Well, he did, but it was just a goodbye like any other. Rachel shook her head. It doesn't matter. He's got his business in Ohio and a house. Look at the horse. Don't you just love him? Bruno bought him for me. Rachel bit her lip. He's lovely, but there's only room for one horse here. No matter. Bruno's got plenty of room. Don't you think the horse is beautiful? He's a beauty, all right. I've always loved horses that colour. Me too. I just had to show him to you. Now I'll take him back to Bruno's place. In a flash, her sister was gone. Lisa always had such bad timing. If only she'd been 5 minutes later. On the other hand, maybe Lisa had saved her from serious embarrassment. What if his proposal had been strictly out of duty? If Nathan had been serious about her, in love with her, wouldn't he have mentioned marriage just one last time before he left? She couldn't have meant that much to him. At the sound of Willa crying, Rachel turned around and headed into her house. Rachel changed Willa's diaper and then fed her. It was nice having Lisa stay, but she'd be gone in a few months when she married Bruno. Then she and Willa would finally be alone. She'd grown used to seeing Nathan nearly every day, and now she'd have to grow used to him not being there. He hadn't even said he'd write. She wondered if she should. She could easily get his address from Eunice. After tossing it around in her head, she decided not to. At least not for now. Lisa's wedding. It was 6 months later, the day of Lisa's wedding, and Rachel was hoping to see Nathan again today. Lisa had taken the required instructions and had been baptised, and the bishop had accepted her story of the press exaggerating and manipulating everything that she had said. Then, Bruno and she accepted the earliest wedding date that the bishop would allow, today. The wedding was being held in Rachel's house, and the preparations had been a good distraction for her. Rachel was now doing okay on her own, and she was pleased to realise she hadn't suffered one panic attack since Willa's birth. She could exist living on her own, just her and Willa. But she'd prefer to live life with someone by her side, someone who would share the pleasure of watching Willa grow. The day came and went with no sign of Nathan. Rachel desperately hoped that Eunice would mention him when they chatted during the wedding dinner, but his name had only come up twice in all of their conversations since he'd left. Once everyone had left their home, Rachel sat there in the semi-darkness with Willa in her arms. There was no Stephen anymore, and she'd shocked herself when she found herself liking Nathan so soon after her husband was gone. After having been so in love with Nathan in her youth, and then having him leave so abruptly, a glimmer of hope had hinted that she could have happiness again, when he had been so attentive and kind after Stephen's death, and then she'd had that hope snatched away. Although this time he'd given her a good reason for leaving. Rachel decided then and there it was time to throw herself into a new project. She'd open a market stall and take Willa along with her when she worked. Many women took their children with them until they were old enough for school. Then she had another good idea. She'd ask Eunice if she would open the stall with her. Together they would decide what to sell, and they'd both be there to look after Willa. The next day, Rachel bundled Willa up, and the two of them travelled the short distance to Eunice's house. All the way there, she practised her pitch to Eunice, and Willa cooed and giggled in response, assuming her mother was speaking to her. Rachel laughed at her daughter's enthusiasm, but she was pretty certain Eunice wouldn't be equally positive about the idea at first, not until she'd thought it through. Holding Willa in her arms, Rachel knocked on Eunice's door. She gasped aloud when Nathan opened it. "Nathan!" "Hello? What are you doing back here?" "Oh, she's grown. Look at her. Can I hold her?" "Sure." He took Willa into his arms. "I'm taking a quick vacation. We've got a great deal of work coming along next month, so if I don't take a break now, my next one might not be for another 5 years, he chuckled. "Come in, Mum," he yelled out to Eunice, proving to Rachel that he had nothing of a personal nature to say to her. She held her breath and told herself she didn't care. Eunice came out of the kitchen. "This is a lovely surprise." They all sat down in the living room. "Nathan, I thought you might have come to Lisa's wedding. I heard she got married, but I was too busy to get away." He bounced Willa on his lap, making her giggle. "I'll get us some tea." Eunice headed into the kitchen. "It's nice to see you again, Nathan." He stared at her as the baby grabbed hold of his hair. He moved Willa slightly so she couldn't reach it, and chuckled as she grabbed his shirt instead. "Rachel, might you spend some time with me tomorrow? If you would, Mum can mind Willa." "Okay. Is something wrong?" "No, nothing. I just never seem to find time alone with you." She raised her eyebrows. "I was coming out to see you today." "When did you get here?" "An hour ago." He looked back at Willa. "I just can't believe she's grown this much." "She's so big now," Rachel giggled. "When she grows up, I'll have quite a story to tell her about how her Uncle Nathan drove us to the hospital in the buggy, and then we were pushed off the road by that car, and, with help from the paramedics, she came into the world right there at the side of the road. He chuckled. That was a night to remember. Their conversation was interrupted when Eunice brought a tray of tea items into the living room. Rachel prattled on nervously about her idea for the market stall. Just as she had thought, Eunice wasn't too enthusiastic and said she'd think about it. Nathan was encouraging, however, and helped her think of things they could sell. When Rachel asked Eunice about watching Willa the next day, her face lit up and she said she'd be delighted. Chapter 23. He collected her the next day and they took Willa back to Eunice's house. Then they continued on to what had been a favourite spot of theirs years ago while they'd been dating. It was by an old abandoned mill. Rachel stepped down from the buggy. This place hasn't changed one bit in all these years. It hasn't, he said when he joined her on her side of the buggy. Let's take a walk. Okay. He turned back to fetch a blanket out of the back of the buggy. Cold? She asked. He chuckled. We might grow tired of walking. Is this supposed to be a picnic? I should have prepared some food. No, food is the last thing on my mind. Mum hasn't stopped feeding me since I stepped foot in the house. Unless you're hungry. If you are, we'll go and get something to eat somewhere. No, I'm fine too. They walked a little way in silence. Since I've been gone, I've been doing a lot of thinking. About what? About you, and why you refused my proposal. She shook her head. It was far too soon to think about anything like that. My heart was raw over losing Stephen. He nodded. I understand. It was just that I thought I'd be able to step into his shoes and be everything to you that he was. She gulped and took the opportunity to ask him something she'd always wondered. Why did you leave me when we were young? I had hoped we'd marry, and then you just left without giving me a decent reason. That was the hardest part of all. He looked down. It was plain stupidity. He looked back at her. I didn't have a reason apart from the feeling that so much of life was unexplored and I had my whole future ahead of me. Stopping still, he said, The thing was, Rachel, I didn't know what I had until after I lost you. Lost you to my brother, of all people, and when I came to my senses, it was too late. I've deeply regretted it every single day, ever since I realised what I'd run away from. She was pleased to hear it. I can't tell you how it broke my heart, you leaving. I'm sorry. You've had too much heartbreak, and I'm sorry that I caused you some of it. He reached out and took hold of her hand, and with his other hand, he touched a strand of hair that had worked its way out of her prayer cap. You have the most glorious coloured hair. It's red in the sun and chestnut in the shade. She gave a little giggle. Let's sit. Okay. Over there? He walked over to the green grassy patch she'd pointed to and spread out the blanket. When they both were seated, he reached out and plucked a pretty blue wildflower from the ground next to him and placed it behind her ear. Her cheeks burned. You're so beautiful, Rachel. She shook her head. Don't. It was still too soon for her, and things were going too fast. You deserved a proper answer back then about why I left, but I couldn't give you one. Maybe I was scared about the huge commitment we were both facing if I'd stayed. Marriage was the next step, and the pressure was on that I ask you. You felt pressure from me? From everyone else. There was no pressure from you, but I knew you expected it, as you should have. I think I understand. Stupidity, blindness, dumbness, whatever you like to call it, that's what I was guilty of. And being a fool. She giggled. And what about girlfriends over the years? I heard you were just about to marry someone. He chuckled. No, not even close. I have been out with a few women, a lot of women, but there was only one, or maybe 2, I went out with more than once. Nothing lasted long, and you know why? Her eyebrows rose just slightly. Why? Because none of them were you. She couldn't stop smiling at his words. How do you feel, Rachel? I know you told me you loved me back then, but how about now? I feel the same as I felt back then. In a way, I don't think I ever stopped loving you. I fell in love with your brother, though. She gulped and figured that she owed him the truth since he'd told her how he felt. The truth is, at the time, I only dated Stephen to get back at you, childishly thinking to hurt you like you'd hurt me. Also, I didn't want you to forget me, and I knew you'd at least hear about me if I was dating Stephen. He looked down and shook his head. This is what I feared. I didn't mean to lead him on. It was only meant to be 1 or 2 dates, but then I got to know him. You fell in love. Yes. I would never have married him unless I loved him. He chuckled. He was a pretty lovable guy. And a good man, she added. You just said you never stopped loving me. She nodded. That's right. Can I ask you why you refused my marriage proposal? She licked her lips, not wanting to say the next words. I will only marry for love. He nodded. And you lost the love you once had for me. I had hoped from what you've said that it might have been fully rekindled. You feel that way about me now? He frowned. I love you, Rachel. Don't you understand that? Her heart pumped so hard she could feel it in her ears. You do? Yes. In a sisterly way? He shook his head and then smiled at her. Definitely not in a sisterly way, or a sister-in-law way. I want to marry you and become a family. She put a hand to her head. This is all so sudden. It's not sudden to me. Take a while to think about it. I'm not going anywhere. When do you have to leave to go back? I don't, he shook his head. I've actually sold my share of the business. But you said, I wasn't ready to tell you that until I had told you everything else. I sold it. After all, the business wasn't my idea in the first place. A wise woman pointed that out to me once. I will create a new business right here in this town, close to you and Mum, she giggled. I sold out to my business partner. While I was out here last time, he realised he can manage on his own by juggling a few employees into assistant positions. If you don't want to marry me, I still want to be here for you and Willa. Besides, Mum's not getting any younger. You won't hurt my feelings if you refuse me for a second time, or even a third, because I'll keep asking. She took a deep breath and was amazed that things had switched around. Now she was the one who had the choice whether they would be together or not. I need to think things through. That's fine, she breathed out heavily. This was what she wanted, but now she was overwhelmed with thoughts. A million questions swam in her head. Did she only want him because she found it difficult to be alone? Did she only want him because he'd once left her and she needed personal validation? Could she be in love with him so soon after Stephen's death, when she still loved and missed Stephen? I won't pressure you. I'll be patient and wait for your answer. Thank you. He jumped to his feet and held out his hand. Let's go for a walk so we don't waste this sunshine. She put her hand in his and he pulled her to her feet, rolled up the blanket and threw it over his shoulder. Chapter 24. Rachel desperately needed to talk things over with someone who could help her to work things out. And when Nathan took her back home after they'd collected Willa from Eunice, she hitched her buggy, settled Willa in her usual spot and travelled to her sister's house. Bruno and Lisa lived a little out of the way on a sizable horse farm. Bruno bought, trained and sold horses as his business. Rachel knew she'd only have time for a quick talk if she was going to make it back to her home before dark. As soon as she pulled up the buggy, Lisa came hurrying out of the house. "It's about time you visited me." "We visit all the time." "Not enough." "Where's my girl?" She reached into the buggy and grabbed Willa. Willa smiled at the funny faces her aunt made as she picked her up. "I need to talk to you in private. Is Bruno home?" "No, he went to the horse auction and won't be home until after dark. What's the problem?" "Who said I have a problem?" "That line running vertically in the middle of your forehead says so." Rachel pressed a finger on her forehead. "Really?" "Yes, so come inside and then you can tell me what the problem is." Once Rachel was settled in the oversized couch, she took a deep breath and let out a deep sigh as she wondered if her sister was someone she should be getting advice from. Lisa stared at her and lifted one eyebrow. "Well?" "Nathan has asked me to marry him." "And did you accept?" "You're not surprised?" "I am surprised it took so long." I knew it all along. I said that before and you shut me down." She made more faces at Willa, making her giggle and coo. "You can put her down. She likes to explore." "Okay." Rachel sat the baby down by her feet and Willa lifted herself to stand on her own feet by hanging onto the couch. "Did you see that?" "I did. She's been doing that for ages. Now, look at me. I need advice." "Tell him you'll marry him, silly." But nothing. You've been in love with him for so long." "But there's Stephen." "Yeah, who's not here anymore. Don't make Nathan pay for that. Or for jilting you years ago." Was that what she was doing? Maybe she needed to talk to somebody else. Maybe talk to Joan, the bishop's wife. But then again, Lisa knew her full history with Stephen and with Nathan. "You love him, you know you do, so just say yes." Rachel shrugged. "I don't know. It just seems—" "You were upset when he left, right?" "There's something I didn't tell you." Lisa leaned forward. "What?" "Just after Stephen's funeral, Nathan asked me to marry him and I said no. It was out of duty, I'm sure it was." "Yes, I can see that would have been a little weird." "Believe me, it was." "That's why now, I just want to make sure I'm making the right decision." "Don't marry him then." "What? See? That didn't make you feel good, did it?" "No, I guess I want to hear from you, that you'll tell me you think I should marry him." "Then there's your answer," Rachel giggled. "You've become wise these last few months." "I've been through a lot with Harry. Now I'm out of that dreadful relationship and I can see how toxic it was. You can't see it when you're in it, though." "I can't tell you how glad I am to hear you say that." Tears came to Rachel's eyes. I think I've been waiting for someone to give me permission to be happy." "Maybe you have." "I give you full permission. How's that?" Rachel chuckled as she wiped her eyes. "That feels good. Can I be happy and put the tragedy in the back of my mind?" "I'll tell you what. I'll ignore the fact that you were unsympathetic with me over the whole Harry thing, and I'll look after my niece while you go and get your man." Rachel frowned. "I had you living at the house. I gave you money. I was as understanding and sympathetic to you as I could be for the whole time. I listened to you about Harry for hours. Don't worry, it's all in the past. I've forgiven you. Now go and tell that man you'll accept his proposal. Do it before he changes his mind." Rachel covered her mouth and looked down at Willa, who was doing her best to pull one of the buttons off the couch. She decided to just ignore her sister's apparent memory lapse. "Should I?" "Right now, yes." "And you don't mind looking after—" "Go!" Rachel jumped off the couch. "I'm going." She leaned down and kissed Willa. "I'm going now. I'm gone." Chapter 25. It was dark when Rachel got to Eunice's house. She didn't like going out alone at night, and here she was, out in the dark. Then she'd still have to go back and collect Willa. and Eunice would wonder why she was there at the house so late. "No, I'll leave it for tomorrow," she said out loud to herself. She was turning the buggy around when a shaft of light came from the house. Nathan was in the doorway, and now it was too late to leave. "Rachel?" "Yes, it's me." "Have you come for the evening meal?" He made his way over. "No." He reached the buggy. "Where's Willa?" he asked when he looked further into the buggy. "She's at Lisa's." She got out of the buggy and faced him. "I have an answer for the question about me marrying you." "Already?" "Don't you want to think about it longer?" "No." His face fell. "That's what I was expecting. Before you refuse me, I want to tell you something. But," he held up his hand, "please listen. I must get this off my chest. I've been thinking that you thought I stopped loving you, but I showed my love for you in different ways. I showed my love for you by stepping aside and not interfering when you started dating my brother, even though I still loved you. I showed my love for you by being by your side after what happened to Stephen. I made a mistake when I ended our relationship, but I never stopped loving you. I know I would have come back to you in time if you'd still been available. I know it must have been confusing for you, but I was confused myself back then." "Can I speak now?" He slowly nodded. "When I said no, I meant that I don't want to think about it longer because I do want to marry you." By the radiance of the moonlit sky, she saw his face light up. "You will marry me?" "Yes." He breathed out heavily and grabbed her hand. "I was so scared you'd say no." "I mean, I thought you would. That's all I could think about since I left you today." "Thank you, Rachel. I hope you're as happy as you've just made me. We'll have a wonderful life together, the three of us. I promise." Rachel giggled. "Why don't we go and get our little Willa, and then we'll come back here and tell Mum?" Rachel nodded. "I'd like that." "Who is it, Nathan?" Eunice appeared at the door. "It's Rachel, Mum. We're collecting Willa from Lisa's, and then we're all coming back here for supper." "Lisa and Bruno too?" "No, Mum, just Rachel and Willa tonight." "As long as there's enough," Rachel added. "There's always plenty, Rachel." "I'll see you soon." Eunice closed the front door. "I hope she'll be pleased with the news," Rachel whispered. "Are you kidding me? She loves you. This will be a dream come true for her. I think she's been afraid you'd marry again and move away. None of us will ever forget Stephen, but now our whole family can rejoice together." It was a year later when Nathan made the call to Joanne to tell her Rachel was in labour. They'd been married just over 9 months ago and had become pregnant almost immediately. When Joanne returned Nathan's call, she informed him she was delivering twins, again, and couldn't make it. He walked back to the house to give the news to his wife. "She's delivering twins again," he scratched his head. "This time we're going in a taxi." "With your quick birth last time, I'm not taking the buggy. I don't care what you say," she laughed. "What about your mother?" "She hasn't done any midwifery for years." Rachel nodded. "Okay, we'll go to the hospital. We'll take Willa to Mum's. She'll be happy to have her." Nathan called a taxi. 3 hours later, Rachel was cradling a baby boy in her arms, and Nathan had been by her side the whole time. "I'm so happy, Rachel." "I can't believe we have a beautiful boo. He's only 2 months younger than Lisa's baby. They'll grow up like brothers." "He's incredible," Rachel said, kissing her baby's forehead. "I'd like his middle name to be Stephen and his first name to be Reuben. Is that okay with you?" "I like those names, and I wanted to honour my brother too. And we'll have many, many more names to decide." Rachel pulled a face. That's a bit much for me to think about right now." "I do want more. I want a house full of children. Eventually." He leaned over and kissed Rachel. "I told you we'd be happy.
He took hold of her hand, and she squeezed tight and never wanted to let go. She closed her eyes and thanked God that she'd again found happiness. After Stephen had died so tragically, she had thought her life was over. But God had other plans. He had even brought her rebellious sister back into the fold and had given Lisa a good husband and a family. Rachel had kept her book with her writings about Stephen. She would share it with Willa as soon as she was old enough. From it, and other stories, she hoped that Willa would get a proper sense of how special her father was. She still didn't know why Stephen had to be taken from her, whether his death was a mysterious part of God's plan or a product of the wickedness in the world. But she no longer felt the need to know. She had learned to trust in God. The end. You have been listening to Amish Widows Trust. Copyright 2025 by Samantha Price. Production copyright 2025 by Samantha Price.